Chapter 1. The Contract. Alara Voss learned her father had tried to kill himself from a stranger in a $7,000 suit. Not from the prison, not from the public defender, who had stopped answering her calls 2 weeks ago, not from the warden who had signed the incident report at 2:13 that morning, then apparently buried it beneath enough bureaucratic silence to choke a grieving family. A stranger, he stood inside her office as if he owned the building, the block, the rain-slick city beyond the grimy windows, and every last ruined piece of her life. "Your father is alive," he said. Alara's hand tightened around the letter opener she had picked up the second she found him there, waiting in the dark behind her desk. The blade was decorative, brass, dull along the edge, and sharp at the tip. It would not stop a man like him. She knew that immediately. Men like him did not walk into locked law offices after midnight unless they had already calculated every exit, every camera, every scream. "Get out." He did not move. The storm pressed hard against the windows, turning the glass black and silver. Her office was on the 22nd floor of a midtown tower that used to impress clients before clients stopped coming. Now half the lights in the hall were burned out. The reception desk was empty, and the only thing left of Voss and Vale legal consultants was a name she could no longer afford to remove from the frosted door. Voss and Vale. The irony hit her with its usual sour bite. The stranger's name was Vale. It had to be. No one else could have gotten past security, her door code, and her alarm without leaving a trace. He stood with his hands in the pockets of a charcoal overcoat, dark hair damp from the rain, face carved in clean, merciless lines. Early 30s, maybe. Not handsome in any harmless way. His features were too controlled for that. Too exact. He had the kind of mouth that looked like it rarely smiled and never apologized. His eyes were black enough to make the room feel smaller. Damon Vale. She had seen him on magazine covers, hostile acquisition headlines, and courthouse monitors, where men in power pretended not to flinch when his name entered a case file. CEO of Vale Global, Billionaire, patron saint of boardroom executions, a man whose family name had poisoned hers, and now he was in her office with news about her father. Alara lifted the letter opener another inch. "I said get out." Damon's gaze dropped to the blade, then rose back to her face. "If you wanted to use that, you would be standing closer. I'm deciding where to aim." "Throat," he said mildly. "Eyes if I get inside your reach. Knee if you want a chance to run." Her pulse lurched. "Are you giving me self-defense advice?" "I'm correcting your odds." "I know my odds." "No." He looked past her to the boxes stacked against the wall, the unpaid invoices beside the printer, the legal books she had refused to sell, because selling them would have made the death of her career official. "You know your losses. That is not the same thing." The words landed too accurately. Alara hated him for that before she knew anything else. She had worked for 3 years to keep desperation from showing. She wore pressed suits from consignment shops, answered emails with calm precision, and walked into courtrooms like the world had not watched her father get dragged out in handcuffs for embezzlement, racketeering, and conspiracy against one of the largest private financial networks in the country. She had pretended she was not afraid. Damon Vale saw fear the way other men saw weather. "Why are you here?" she asked. "Because your father tried to die tonight, and the people who put him in that cell will make sure he succeeds before his appeal is heard." Everything inside her went still. The rain, the clock, the blood in her wrists. "What did you say?" He swallowed glass from a broken lens. Damon's voice did not soften. Somehow that made it worse. "He survived emergency surgery. He is currently in the infirmary under guard. He asked for you twice. The request was denied twice." Alara's knees threatened to give. She did not let them. Her father had been a lot of things. Proud, difficult, secretive in the way old money lawyers were secretive, as if every locked drawer was part of a moral code. But Gerald Voss had loved her with clumsy devotion, had taught her how to sharpen an argument before she learned how to ride a bike, had called every Sunday from prison until the calls became too monitored, too short, too full of things he could not say. He would not have tried to die unless he had believed death was the only move left. "Why should I believe you?" Damon took a phone from his coat pocket, tapped once, and placed it on her desk. A prison medical record glowed on the screen. Gerald Matthew Voss, male, 61, inmate ID, emergency intervention, internal lacerations, foreign body ingestion. Alara saw her father's name and almost dropped the letter open E. "Art." She grabbed the edge of the desk instead. Damon did not touch her, did not move closer. That restraint registered somewhere beneath the panic, unwelcome and sharp. "How did you get this?" Her voice came out too thin. "I own debt held by the company that contracts medical services to Blackwell Correctional." Of course he did. Men like Damon Vale did not need keys. They bought the locks. "You expect me to be grateful?" "No." "Good. I expect you to listen." She laughed once, a raw, ugly sound. "You broke into my office after midnight to tell me my father tried to kill himself, and now you expect me to listen." "Yes, you are insane. Not according to the medical board retained by my grandmother." The answer was so dry, so unexpected, it cut through the edge of her panic. Alara stared at him. There, a flaw in the marble. Then it vanished. Damon slid a black folder across her desk. "Open it." "No." "It contains the original wire logs used to convict your father." Her breath stopped again, for a different reason. The prosecution already had wire logs. They had altered wire logs. His eyes held hers. "These are the originals." Alara did not move. For 2 years, she had chased the same ghost. missing ledgers, timestamp anomalies, 3 offshore transfers that made no sense unless the evidence had been rearranged after the fact. Every door had closed. Every witness had recanted. Every judge had looked at her with that polite, sterilized pity reserved for daughters too loyal to admit their fathers were guilty. Her hand shook when she reached for the folder. Damon watched the tremor. She hated him for that too. The first page was a transaction summary dated 4 months before the alleged conspiracy began. The second was an internal audit memo signed by a man whose deposition had vanished from discovery. The third contained a sequence of transfers Alara had memorized from the trial, except here the receiving account was different. Not her father's shell company, not even close. The money had been routed through an account owned by Meridian Social Fund, a philanthropic trust chaired by Octavia Vale, Damon's grandmother. Alara looked up slowly. What is this? Leverage. Against me. Against everyone who lied to you. She pushed the folder away, even though every instinct screamed to keep reading. Why would you give me evidence that implicates your own family? Because my family has become inconvenient. The casual brutality of it chilled her. That's not an answer. It is the only one I am willing to give you tonight. Then take your folder and leave. Damon's expression did not change, but the room shifted around his silence. He had expected resistance, maybe even wanted it. Ilara, her name in his mouth, was not intimate. It was precise, a signature at the bottom of a contract. She flinched anyway. You have $46,000 in overdue business debt, he said. Your apartment lease expires in 11 days. Your emergency petition was denied yesterday morning. Your father's next hearing is in 6 weeks, assuming he lives that long. The state bar has opened an ethics inquiry into your handling of client funds, based on an anonymous complaint that will destroy what remains of your practice, even if it is dismissed. She stared at him, rage climbing hot and clean through her shock. He knew everything, every wound, every unpaid bill, every door closing. And you, she said, think listing the ways my life is collapsing will make me more cooperative. I think pretending it is not collapsing would insult both of us. The anger kept her upright. Get out. Not yet. I can call security. You can. They are downstairs watching a loop of an empty hallway. Her stomach dipped. Damon's gaze flicked to the phone in her hand. You can call the police. They will arrive after I'm gone, find no sign of forced entry, and wonder why a disgraced attorney with a pending ethics complaint is making accusations against a man whose lawyers bill more in an hour than this office earns in a month. The words were ruthless. They were also true. Alara set the phone down with careful fingers. You're threatening me. I am explaining the board. This is not a game. No, he said. It is a war you are losing because no one told you one had started. A tremor moved through her, too deep to hide. She hated that he saw it, hated that she wanted the folder, hated that the part of her trained to survive was already sorting him into categories: dangerous, useful, untrustworthy, magnetic. That last word made her jaw lock. Damon Vale was not magnetic because he was beautiful. He was magnetic because he seemed gravitational. The room obeyed him. Her attention obeyed him. Even her fear moved in the shape he gave it. That was unacceptable. "What do you want?" she asked. 3 months. "No, you haven't heard the terms. I don't need to. I will have your father moved to a private medical wing by morning. I will suspend the CS complaint within 24 hours. I will cover your business debt, reopen discovery through a federal channel, and hand you enough evidence to prove Gerald Voss was framed." Her throat tightened. He was offering too much, too quickly. Only predators did that. "In exchange for what?" she asked. Damon reached into his coat again and withdrew a second folder. White this time, thick cream paper, embossed at the corner with a small black crest, a crown split by a thorned branch. It looked older than the office, older than him. He placed it beside the first folder. "In exchange," he said, "you become my fiancé." Elara looked at him, then at the folder, then back at him. For one insane second, she thought the panic had damaged her hearing. "Excuse me, my fiancé," he repeated, publicly, contractually, for 90 days. "No, you will attend 12 events with me. You will live in one of my residences for security and optics. You will wear my ring. You will be seen by my family, my board, and a private society whose members believe you are more valuable than you understand." A laugh broke out of her before she could stop it. "A private society. Yes. Do you hear yourself? Constantly. It is one of my burdens. Damon Vale makes jokes. I'll alert the press." His eyes narrowed faintly. "Do not mistake dry language for warmth. Believe me, I wasn't in danger." Something moved at the corner of his mouth. Not a smile. The ghost of one strangled before it could live. Her pulse reacted like an idiot. She looked away first, furious with herself. "The answer is no," she said, "because you object to engagement, because I object to you. Sensible, and because I am not selling myself for my father's freedom." His expression sharpened. For the first time, she had the sense she had struck something real. "No," he said, voice quieter. "You are not." "Then what is this?" "A role, a legal fiction, a shield, a cage. Possibly. At least he did not lie." Elara folded her arms, hiding the tremor still working through her hands. "Does your fake fiancé job description include sleeping with you?" "No." The answer came too fast, too hard. She blinked. Damon's jaw had gone rigid, the line of it cut with tension. "Sex is not part of the agreement. It will never be demanded, implied, traded, or used as payment. If you choose to touch me, it will be because you want to. If you choose not to, that choice will be honored without discussion. The words landed between them with unexpected force. Alara had braced for insult, smirk, entitlement. She had spent too long around men who mistook desperation for consent and money for charm. Damon sounded almost angry at the idea. It did not make him safe. It made him complicated. Very noble, she said. No, necessary. Why? Because I know exactly what men with power become when no one tells them no. The room quieted again. There it was, another flaw. A crack beneath the black suit, and colder than God composure. Alara felt it like a hook behind her ribs, and immediately resented him for having pain. Monsters were easier when they did not bleed. You expect me to believe you're different. No, he said. I expect you to put every protection you require into the contract. She stared at the white folder. You already drafted one. I draft every possible outcome. Did one of those outcomes involve me stabbing you with a letter opener? Yes, and you chose the wrong angle. Despite everything, despite her father in a prison infirmary and her career burning down around her, a sharp breath escaped her that was almost a laugh. Damon noticed. Of course he noticed. The air between them changed for one dangerous second. It became less legal, less clean. She became aware of the rain in his hair, the wet wool of his coat, the faint scent of expensive soap and cold night. Aware of how still he held himself, as if he had trained every hunger into obedience and did not trust what might happen if one slipped its leash. Alara looked back at the contract before her body could develop more treacherous opinions. 90 days, she said. Yes. 12 events. Yes. Living in your residence, in a separate wing, with locks you control. That surprised her. He continued, your room, your phone, your money, your lawyer. Your right to leave, though leaving may affect the strategic value of the performance. The performance, the engagement. Say fake engagement. Fake engagement. Again, Ilara, say it. His eyes locked on hers. Fake engagement. She should not have liked making him obey. She absolutely should not have liked the faint heat that entered his stare when he did. What do you get? She asked. A way into the covenant. That private society. Yes, the one that supposedly cares about me. Yes. Why? Because your mother was born into one of its bloodlines. Ilara went cold. My mother was a school librarian from Vermont. Your mother's name was Marin Voss when S. He died. Before that, it was Marin Ashcroft. The office tilted. No, her mother had died when Alara was 12. Breast cancer. Soft hands. Cardigans. Lemon tea. A laugh that made every room less severe. She had worn no diamonds, attended no secret society functions, left no mysterious fortune behind. Alara remembered hospital blankets, library fundraiser flyers, the smell of vanilla hand cream. Not bloodlines, not billionaires, not men like Damon Vale. You're lying. I am not. She was not an Ashcroft. She was born one. Alara's grip tightened on the edge of the desk. Prove it. Damon opened the white folder and turned over the first page. A birth certificate. Marin Helena Ashcroft. Mother Celia Ashcroft. Father unknown. Alara felt the room drop away from her, piece by piece. Below the certificate was a photograph. Her mother at maybe 25, standing on the steps of a stone estate beside a much younger Octavia Vale. Marin looked furious. Octavia looked amused. Between them stood a man whose face had been scratched out with black ink. On the back, in faded blue handwriting, were 3 words. She refused him. Alara touched the photograph with one finger. Her mother had secrets. Her father had gone to prison. Damon Vale was in her office. The old world she had been clinging to had not merely collapsed. It had been fake. What did she refuse? Alara asked. Damon's gaze dropped to the photograph. For the first time, something like caution crossed his face. A match. The word felt too small for the weight he gave it. A marriage, among other things. What other things? Children. The answer slid cold under her skin. Alara pulled her hand back. What the hell is this really about? Damon did not answer immediately. Outside, thunder cracked hard enough to rattle the window. When he spoke, his voice had lost its polish. There are families who believe blood is currency. They arrange marriages, inheritances, scandals, pregnancies, reputations. They do not see sons and daughters. They see succession plans. His eyes lifted to hers. Your mother ran. Mine did not get far enough. Alara swallowed. There it was again. Pain, not displayed, not offered. Buried so deep it had become architecture. Why me? She asked. Because my grandmother believes you can unlock something in me. The sentence was so strange. She almost missed the dread beneath it. Unlock what? Damon closed the folder. Control. Alara should have laughed. She should have called him dramatic, delusional, rich enough to turn family trauma into mythology. But there was a tension in him now that had not been there before. His stillness had changed. It was not arrogance. It was restraint. What does that mean? She asked. It means you are bait. For your grandmother. For several people. And you're asking me to walk willingly into that. I am asking you to walk beside me, where I can keep you alive. That sounds very heroic. Until I remember you are the reason I'm being dragged into it. No, Damon's eyes hardened. Your mother dragged you into it by surviving. Your father dragged you into it by uncovering proof. My grandmother dragged you into it by selecting you. I am the man offering you the only map. You're very good at making yourself sound like the lesser evil. I am the lesser evil. Comforting. It should not be. Her chest felt too tight. too full of information. Her father's blood, her mother's birth certificate, her own name, suddenly attached to strangers who believed children were strategy. She needed him gone. She needed that folder. She needed to see her father. She needed to scream until the windows shattered. Instead, she did what Gerald Voss had taught her to do when the opposition buried a knife in the middle of a negotiation. She looked for the handle. I want my own counsel to review the contract. Already arranged. 3 names, none connected to Vale Global. I pick. Yes, I want my father moved tonight. Done. Not done. I want confirmation directly from the medical facility before I sign anything. Yes, I want the evidence first. No. Her eyes narrowed. Excuse me. You get enough tonight to verify I'm telling the truth. The rest is released in stages as the engagement proceeds. So this is leverage. Yes, at least you admit it. I find honesty efficient. I find you repulsive. His gaze held, also sensible. Stop agreeing with me. No. A beat passed. Too charged. Too absurd. Alara hated that her body was awake with him in the room. Not aroused exactly. Not safely. It was worse than that. A heightened awareness, every nerve listening. He was power and danger, and the only door that had opened in months. That was how traps worked. They looked like exits. She crossed to the window because distance was necessary. Below, Manhattan bled light into the rain. Traffic crawled like molten metal through the streets. Somewhere in that city, her father was awake or unconscious, or wishing he had been allowed to die. She closed her eyes. Why not hire someone else? She asked. Some model, some actress, some heiress who already knows your rules. Because the Covenant would know. Why? They have records. Of me. Of your mother. Alara turned. How long have you known who I was? Damon did not answer fast enough. Her stomach sank. How long? 7 years. The words hit harder than she expected. 7 years ago, Alara had been 24, fresh out of law school, still wearing her father's pride like armor. Her mother had been dead for 12 years. Damon Vale would have been building his empire, buying companies and terrifying men twice his age. And watching her, you've known about me for 7 years. Yes. Have you been following me? I had files. That is not better. No. Did you know my father would be framed? No. But you knew after. Yes. And you waited 2 years to show up. His expression closed down. Yes. The single word was a wall. Alara crossed the room before caution could stop her. The letter opener was still in her hand, forgotten, until Damon's gaze dropped to it. She stopped close enough to see the faint scar slicing through his left eyebrow, pale against his skin. You let him rot. Something dark moved behind Damon's eyes. Yes. Her hand came up before she decided to raise it. He caught her wrist. Not hard, not painfully, but instantly. The contact jolted through her. His hand was warm, larger than hers, controlled, but not casual. The moment his fingers circled her wrist, the air changed again, deepening, tightening, as if something beneath the floor had woken. Alara sucked in a breath. Damon went utterly still. His gaze snapped to hers, and for the first time since she had walked in, she saw his control falter. Not break, falter. His pupils widened. His grip loosened immediately, but he did not release her until she pulled back. The choice was hers. He gave it to her, and that mattered, damn him. She stepped away, heart hammering. His hand curled into a fist at his side. "What was that?" she whispered. "Nothing. Liar." His jaw flexed. "Do not come that close to me when you are angry." "Why?" "Because I am not as civilized as this suit implies. A sane woman would have retreated." Alara lifted her chin. "That sounds like a you problem. It becomes yours if you ignore it. You just promised sex wasn't part of the agreement." "It is." "Then what exactly are you warning me about?" He looked at her mouth. "1 second. No more." It was enough. Heat moved through her, sharp and unwanted. Damon looked away, first this time. "I'm warning you that chemistry is not consent," he said. "Attraction is not obligation. Fear is not desire. And if you sign that contract, every line between us will need to be drawn in ink." Her anger faltered around something more dangerous than attraction. Trust, not whole, not clean. A single thread of it, thin enough to cut her palm if she held too tightly. "But real, you practice that speech?" she asked, because sarcasm was safer than whatever had just happened. "No, I needed it once. No one said it to me." Silence. Alara did not ask. She was not ready for his answer. Damon reached into his coat and withdrew a small black velvet box. Her pulse tripped. Absolutely not. He opened it. Inside was a ring. Not a diamond. Not the gaudy billionaire cliché she expected. It was old gold, almost warm in the lamplight, set with a square black stone that seemed to hold no reflection. Around the band, tiny thorns had been carved into the metal with impossible delicacy. Alara hated it. She wanted to touch it. "That is not an engagement ring," she said. "It is a veil ring. Different. Very. What does it mean?" "To the public, that you belong beside me." Her spine stiffened. Damon noticed. "Not to me," he said, "to them. Them being your bloodline cult." A faint pause. "Do not call them that in public." "Why is cult rude? Imprecise?" She almost laughed again. Almost. He placed the ring box on the desk, not near her hand. No pressure. No theatrical kneeling. No false romance. "It has a tracker?" she asked. "No." "Recording device?" "No." "Poison needle?" His brows drew together. "What do you read?" "Legal discovery files involving rich men." The poison needle is not impossible. There is no poison needle. I want it checked. Good. The approval in his voice irritated her. Do not sound proud of me. I am not proud. I am relieved you are not foolish. Careful. That almost sounded like a compliment. It was not meant to. Comforting again. The office phone rang. Elara startled so badly. The letter opener clattered to the floor. Damon looked at the phone, then at his watch. That will be Blackwell Correctional. Her heart leapt into her throat. She grabbed the receiver. Elara Voss. A click, static, then a tired female voice. Ms. Voss, this is Nurse Halloran at Blackwell Medical. I'm calling regarding your father, Gerald Voss. Elara G. ripped the phone with both hands. Is he alive? Yes, ma'am. Stable after surgery. He is sedated, but expected to survive the night. Expected to survive the night. The words should have comforted her. They did not. Can I see him? That authorization has just been approved. Elara's gaze cut to Damon. He stood silent near the desk, expression unreadable. Approved by whom? She asked. A pause, papers shifting. Transfer order came through from Private Correctional Medical Services. He's being moved within the hour. Elara closed her eyes. Damon had not lied. That did not make him good. It made him capable. When can I see him? Tomorrow morning, pending transport. Ms. Voss. Yes. The nurse's voice lowered. He asked me to give you a message if I got through. Elara's breath caught. What message? Another pause. He said, do not trust the man with the black ring. Elara opened her eyes. Across the room, Damon had gone perfectly still. The black stone ring sat open on her desk between them. What else? Elara whispered. He said, your mother made a deal before you were born, and Vale has come to collect. The line clicked dead. Elara did not move. The receiver hummed against her ear. Slowly, she set it down. Damon's face had changed. The cold was still there, the control, the impossible composure. But beneath it was something brutal and quick. Not surprise. Recognition. You knew, she said. No. The answer was immediate. This time, she did not believe him. My father warned me about you. He warned you about the ring. You're wearing one. Damon looked down at his right hand. He was. She had not noticed before because his hand had been in his coat pocket when she arrived, then shadowed, then closed around her wrist. But now she saw it clearly. A black stone set into old gold, heavier and darker than the ring in the box. The same crest, the same thorns. Elara's skin prickled. Damon turned the ring once with his thumb, an unconscious movement that looked too much like a habit and too much like a wound. My ring marks me as Vale, he said, and mine would mark me as what? He looked at the ring box, then at her. Chosen. The word moved through the room like a locked door, opening somewhere beneath the building. Elara stepped back. Damon did not follow. Good, because if he had, she was not sure whether she would have raised the letter opener again, or touched him to see if that strange current between them had been shock, fear, or something far more dangerous. "I'm not signing tonight," she said. "I know. Then why come? Because by morning, Octavia will know your father survived. She will know you received his message. She will know I came here." His gaze shifted to the rain-black window behind her. "And she will send someone less polite." Every light in the office went out. Elara froze. The city outside remained bright, a glittering witness. The hallway beyond her frosted door went dark. Her computer blinked off. The desk lamp died. Only the storm remained, painting Damon's face in flashes of silver. Then her phone buzzed. Not the office phone. Her cell, a blocked number. The screen lit in her hand with a single text. "With a ring or bury your father." Attached was a photograph taken minutes ago. Her father in a hospital bed, a gloved hand resting over his oxygen tube. Elara's lungs stopped working. Damon crossed the room in 3 strides, but stopped before touching her. "Show me." She held out the phone. His face went cold in a way that made the earlier version of him seem almost human. The office door handle began to turn. Chapter 2, The Ring. The door handle turned once, slowly, quietly, like whoever stood on the other side knew the dark was already doing half the work. Elara did not breathe. Her phone remained clutched in one hand, the photograph of her father's hospital bed burning against her palm with obscene brightness. The office had gone black, except for the hard white blade of lightning beyond the windows and the faint emergency glow leaking from the elevator corridor beneath the door. Damon moved without sound. 1 second, he was beside her. The next, he was between Elara and the door, not touching her, not ordering her, not shoving her behind him like she was incapable of saving herself. He simply placed his body in the path of whatever came next, one hand slipping inside his coat with the cold efficiency of a man who had expected violence and dressed for it. Elara's heart pounded high in her throat. "You said they'd send someone less polite," she whispered. "I was being optimistic." The handle stopped. A soft click followed. Not the lock. Her lock had already been bypassed once tonight. This sound was smaller, sharper, metal against metal. Damon looked back at her just enough for lightning to catch the edge of his face. "Bathroom. Now." "No." His eyes cut to hers. Even in the dark, she felt the force of them. "Elara, I'm not hiding in my own office while someone threatens my father. You are staying alive long enough to help him." A second click. The door gave a fraction. Damon's voice dropped. That was not a request. Rage tore through the fear, hot and useful. "You are not in charge of me." "No," he said. "But I am currently the only person in this room carrying a weapon." That shut her mouth, only for a second. You have a gun. Yes, of course you have a gun. I also have 3 security teams within 5 minutes of this building, a car in the alley, and enough enemies to make staying here suicidal. 5 minutes is generous if that person opens the door in 5 seconds. Yes, his honesty was becoming intolerable. The door opened another inch. Damon raised his gun. Alara had seen firearms in evidence photographs, bodycam footage, courtroom exhibits, sealed in plastic bags. She had never seen one in a man's hand 2 feet from her face. This one was matte black, compact, and somehow less frightening than Damon's stillness. That was a problem. Alara, he said without looking away from the door, move. She moved, not to the bathroom, to the supply closet. Damon's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. The supply closet door was closer, solid, and gave her a view through the narrow gap where the hinges were loose. It also contained the one thing every underfunded attorney owned in bulk: heavy file boxes. She slipped inside, set her phone face up on a shelf, and grabbed a metal 3-hole punch from the second rack. It had good weight. Awkward, but better than nothing. The office door opened. A man stepped through. Black coat, black gloves, a cap pulled low. No mask, because cameras were out, and men like this did not fear memory when the people who saw them rarely survived long enough to testify. He did not see Damon immediately. That was his first mistake. He looked toward Alara's desk, toward the ring box still open on the blotter, toward the phone cord, toward the place where a frightened woman should have been standing. Damon moved. Fast. No warning. No threat. Just a violent blur in an expensive coat. He caught the intruder's wrist, forced the man's gun hand upward, and drove him back into the wall hard enough to shake the framed certificate beside the door. The weapon clattered across the floor. The man grunted, recovered quickly, and slammed his elbow into Damon's ribs. Damon did not make a sound. That scared Alara more than if he had. The 2 men fought in near silence, brutal and close. Damon was larger, but the intruder was trained. He did not swing wildly. He aimed for throat, knee, kidney. Damon absorbed one hit, avoided another, and answered with a precise strike to the man's wrist that made something crack. Alara's stomach lurched. The man hissed and reached inside his coat with his other hand. Knife. Alara saw the flash. She did not think. She came out of the closet and threw the 3-hole punch with both hands. It hit the intruder in the side of the head with a dull, metallic crack. The man staggered. Damon looked furious for exactly half a second before he used the opening, drove his knee into the man's stomach, and took him to the floor. The knife skidded beneath the desk. Damon twisted the attacker's arm behind his back and pressed his knee between the man's shoulder blades. Name, Damon said. The man laughed through blood. She has pretty eyes. Damon's gun was against the back of his skull before Alara could blink. The room went colder. Name, Damon repeated. The intruder's smile vanished. Alara should have been horrified. She was horrified, but beneath it, somewhere shameful and inconvenient, was something else. Relief. Damon had gone lethal because the man had looked at her. That did not make him good. It did not make the violence romantic. She knew better than that. Her entire adult life had been spent watching powerful men justify cruelty with prettier words. But the instinct was there, naked and terrifying. Protection, not performance. The intruder spat blood onto her carpet. You still don't understand, Vale. Damon pressed the barrel harder. Educate me. The old woman doesn't need you willing anymore. Damon went still. Alara heard it then. The faintest wail far below, distant sirens slicing through the rain. His people or police, maybe both. The intruder laughed again, softer this time. The girl wears the ring tonight, or Blackwell loses power next. Alara's fingers went numb. The hospital, her father. Damon's gaze flicked toward her. For the first time, there was something like apology in it. The intruder saw the look and smiled wider. There it is, the leash. Damon hit him once. Not with the gun, with his fist. The man's head snapped sideways, and he went limp. Silence fell. Alara stood in the middle of her dark office, breathing too hard, rain hammering against the windows. A billionaire, with a gun kneeling over an unconscious attacker at her feet. Her life had not collapsed. It had been invaded. Damon rose. Are you hurt? No. Are you sure? I know when I'm bleeding. Shock lies. I said no. His gaze tracked over her anyway, clinical and fast. Face, hands, throat. The thin white blouse beneath her blazer where her pulse beat hard enough to hurt. He did not linger in ways that made her feel stripped. He assessed her like a threat had touched the perimeter, and he needed confirmation it had not breached. Then his eyes sharpened. Your wrist. She looked down. A red line marked her skin where he had caught her earlier. Not a bruise, not pain, just the memory of his hand. His face changed. It's nothing, she said. It is not nothing. You didn't hurt me. I left a mark. His voice was flat, but something under it was not. Alara stared at him, thrown by the severity of his reaction. Damon. His name slipped out before she meant to use it like that. Not Vale. Damon. The air noticed. So did he. Their eyes locked in the dark. Lightning flickered across the window behind him, turning him silver for an instant. Rain on his shoulders. Blood on his knuckles. Control locked so tightly in his body, it seemed less like discipline and more like punishment. He looked like a man built to do damage and condemned to remember every time he had. I'm fine, she said, quieter. His jaw worked once. Good. The word had edges. Then he looked away and pulled a phone from his coat. North stairwell compromised. One down in Voss's office. I want 2 on Blackwell's private wing now. Not in 10 minutes. Now, a pause. If the power flickers, take control of the generator room. Anyone without my clearance gets removed. He ended the call before whoever was on the other end finished speaking. Alara stepped over the fallen attacker, careful not to touch him. You have people at the prison. Hospital wing, yes. Since when? Since I knew your father survived. You mean since, before you came here? Yes. Another truth, another calculation. You planned for this. I planned for worse. Is that supposed to comfort me? No. She almost laughed again. But this one would have been too close to hysteria, so she swallowed it down. Her phone buzzed in her hand. A new message. Damon saw her expression and crossed the room, stopping at a measured distance this time. He had recalibrated after the wrist, after the mark, after whatever restraint in him had cracked when the intruder threatened her. The message contained no photo, only 6 words. Put it on where he can see. Alara looked at the open ring box on her desk. The black stone sat like an eye in the dark. No, she whispered. Damon's voice came from beside her. You do not have to. She turned on him. Don't. Alara, do not stand there and pretend this is still a choice. His expression hardened. It is. They have my father. I can protect him. They sent me a picture of a hand on his oxygen tube, and I have men there now. Your men failed to stop this one from reaching my office. His face went cold. Cruel thing to say. True thing to say. She saw it land and regretted the pain before she regretted the words. That, too, infuriated her. He had turned her life inside out in under an hour. He did not deserve her gentleness. But there was a difference between a man who wanted power and a man who hated needing it. Damon looked down at the unconscious attacker. This one got through because I underestimated how quickly she would move. Octavia. Yes. Your grandmother. Yes. She threatened to kill my father to make me wear your ring. His mouth tightened. Yes. That doesn't strike you as insane. It strikes me as predictable. Then you should have warned me. I did not know she would escalate tonight, but you knew she might. Yes. Alara's hand shook. She curled it into a fist. The office lights came back on all at once, harsh and fluorescent, stripping the room of shadows. The unconscious man on her floor looked smaller under electric light. Damon looked more dangerous. Blood had split across one knuckle. Not much. Enough. Her gaze snagged there. He noticed. Don't, he said. Don't what? Look at me like I am someone you need to fix. I'm not. You are. She bristled. I was looking at your hand. My hand is attached to the rest of the problem. Everything with you is a warning label. Everything with me should be. The answer should have made distance easier. It did not. A sharp knock struck the doorframe. Alara jumped. 3 men entered without waiting, all in dark suits, all armed in the subtle way that looked more dangerous than visible weapons. One went to the unconscious attacker. One checked the hall. One looked at Damon. "Sir, take him to the east side. Full scan. I want name, employer, route, and who gave the order." "Yes, sir." "Alive," Damon added. The man paused, only long enough to nod. Alara stared. Alive needed clarification. Damon did not look at her. "For some people." "Are you one of those people?" "Yes." The answer was immediate again. Brutal again. Honest again. She did not know what to do with a villain who kept refusing to lie politely. The security men dragged the intruder out. A fourth appeared, a woman this time, compact and severe, wearing a black suit and an earpiece. Her gaze flicked over Alara with professional focus. "Ms. Voss, I'm Annika Rao, medical." "I'm not hurt." Annika looked at Damon. "She says she isn't," he said. Annika's eyebrow moved a fraction. "That was not what I asked." Alara decided she liked her. "No medical," Alara said. "Thank you." Annika nodded once, then crouched to retrieve the attacker's knife from under the desk with gloved fingers. "Police." Damon looked at Alara. That surprised her, not because he cared about her opinion. She did not trust that far, but because he was giving her the public version of the choice. Police meant a report. A report meant her name tied to his, her office turned into a crime scene, press attention, ethics board attention, Octavia's attention, if she did not already have it. No police meant stepping fully into Damon's private machinery. The clean world, or the hidden one. Except the clean world had already failed her father. "No police," Alara said. Damon's gaze held hers. Something passed between them. Not approval. Recognition. Annika stood, understood. A few minutes later, the office was full of controlled movement. Security swept corners and devices. Someone checked the windows. Someone else replaced the office phone with a secure line Alara had not requested. The attacker's blood was cleaned from the carpet with such practiced efficiency that her stomach turned. Damon remained near the desk, speaking quietly into his phone, arranging transport, issuing orders, reshaping her life as if it were a tactical map. Alara stood beside the open ring box. The black stone waited. She knew, with a cold legal clarity, that wearing it would change evidence into performance. It would tell Octavia Vale her threat had worked. It would tell Damon's enemies Alara was tied to him. It would put her inside the arena instead of outside the gates. But her father's face in that hospital photograph made the decision before pride could appeal. She reached for the ring. Damon's voice cut through the office. "No." Everyone stopped. Alara looked at him. "No." He ended his call and crossed to her. This time, he did not stop across the room. He came close enough that she had to tip her chin to hold his stare. The security team pretended not to watch. Damon ignored them. You do not put that on because she threatened you, he said. That is exactly why I put it on. No, you don't get to say no. If you wear it under duress, she wins. If I refuse and my father dies, she wins more. His eyes flashed. I will not let him die. You cannot promise that. I can. No, you can't. You can spend money and send men and break doors, but you cannot promise me my father will be alive in the morning. Her voice cracked on the last word. She hated it. Hated the sudden wet heat behind her eyes. Do not insult me with billionaire arrogance dressed as protection. His face changed again. A flinch so slight no one else would have seen it. She did. Elara, he said lower. No, listen to me. I am not wearing this because I trust you. I am not wearing it because I believe in your contract, or your war, or your private bloodline nightmare. I am wearing it because someone put a hand on my father's oxygen tube, and this is the only move I have right now. He said nothing, so if you want me to believe I still have choices, then let me make this one. The silence drew tight. Damon looked at the ring as if he hated it. Then he looked at her hand, not with possession, with dread. You should know what it means before you put it on. You said chosen. To the covenant, yes. To you. His throat moved once. The office seemed to hold its breath. To me, he said, it means I become responsible for every threat that comes for you. That sounds exhausting. It is. I didn't ask you to carry me. No, you asked me to let you walk into a knife. And his eyes darkened. And I am trying to decide if I respect that or hate you for it. For one unbearable second, the terror became something else. A live wire pulled between them. There was nothing soft in it, nothing easy. It was friction, anger, recognition. Two people standing in the ruins of one life and the doorway to another, neither willing to kneel, both aware the other could wound. Elara picked up the ring. It was heavier than expected. Cold, the carved thorns pressed delicately into her skin. Damon watched her hand with the focus of a starving man refusing food. That was the thought that came to her, sudden and wrong. Starving. What happens when I wear it? She asked. The covenant will know you are under my protection. And Octavia, she will know I defied her by coming here first. Elara frowned. First. Damon's eyes lifted. She intended to approach you herself tomorrow. The twist slid under Elara's. Ribs. Approach me how? With a better lie. What lie? That I framed your father. Elara's fingers tightened around the ring. Damon said nothing. He did not defend himself. That too was strategic. She knew it. Still, the absence of a denial, where she expected outrage, did something strange to her. Did you? She asked. No. Can you prove that? Not tonight. Convenient. Yes. Damon. He looked at her when she said his name. Fully, intensely, as if he could refuse almost anything but that. If I find out you used my father to get to me, I will destroy you. A flicker of something moved through his eyes. Not fear, interest. You can try, he said. She hated the thrill that went through her. She hated that his answer did not sound mocking. It sounded like permission. Alara slid the ring onto her finger. For a moment, nothing happened. No thunder, no hidden mechanism, no dramatic shift in the air. Only cold gold settling against her skin. Then Damon inhaled. Sharply, it was small enough that the security team missed it. Alara did not. His pupils expanded. His entire body locked, every line of him held under brutal command. Damon. He took one step back, then another. Annika, he said, voice roughened at the edges. Clear the room. Annika looked at him once and moved immediately. Everyone out. The security team exited fast. No questions, no hesitation. That scared Alara more than the gun, more than the intruder. When the door closed, the office felt too quiet. Damon stood near the windows, one hand braced against the frame, shoulders rigid beneath his coat. The city stormed behind him. His reflection looked fractured in the glass. What just happened? Alara asked. Nothing. Stop lying to me. He laughed once, but there was no humor in it. That is becoming a theme. You reacted to the ring. I reacted to what it represents. No. His head turned. She held up her hand. The black stone caught the light, opaque and depthless. You reacted to me wearing it. His gaze dropped to her finger. The restraint in his face scared her because she could not name what it was holding back. Anger, desire, panic, hunger. Maybe all of it. You need to take it off, he said. Alara froze. What? Take it off. You just told me. It marks me under your protection. And I am telling you to remove it. Why? Because you are not safe with it on. From Octavia. His silence answered before his mouth did. From me. The words moved through her like dark water. Alara should have reached for the ring immediately. She did not because she trusted him, not because she wanted danger, but because his warning was not a threat. It was a boundary, cut raw out of whatever lived under his skin. He was asking for distance, maybe begging, in the only language a man like Damon Vale knew how to use. What does the ring do to you? She asked. His hand tightened on the window frame. It does not do anything. Damon. His eyes closed briefly. When he opened them, his face was colder. Certain symbols have psychological weight in old families. Don't give me inheritance theater. Your men cleared the room. Because I ordered them to. Because they knew why. He said nothing. Alara's pulse slowed, not from calm, but from focus. This was law again. A hostile witness, a partial admission, a man refusing to answer the question that mattered. You said your grandmother believes. I unlock something in you. No answer. You said the covenant sees me as bait. No answer. You said the ring marks me as chosen. Still nothing. She stepped closer. Damon's eyes snapped to hers. Stop. She stopped. Immediately. The command had been harsh, but there was fear beneath it. Not fear of her. Fear for her. That mattered. She kept her voice steady. I stopped. His breathing shifted. Once, then he nodded. The gesture was almost imperceptible, but she understood it. Consent, boundary, acknowledgement. The absurd intimacy of it sent heat up her throat. I need the truth, she said. You need a secure location. I need both. A muscle ticked in his jaw. The ring is part of a formal claiming right, he said at last. Old language, old money, old rot. Most of it is symbolic now. Most. The covenant believes compatibility can be triggered through ritual, proximity, and stress. Alara's stomach dipped. Compatibility. Yes, for marriage, for heirs. The word landed between them with a sickening weight. She thought of the message. With a ring or bury your father. Her mother's birth certificate. Her father's warning. The hand on the oxygen tube. What kind of heirs? She asked. Damon's eyes went flat. The kind they can own. Bile rose in her throat. That's monstrous. Yes, and you're part of it. I was born into it. That isn't an answer. No, he said. It is an indictment. The quiet admission stripped some of the anger from her. Not forgiveness. Never that easily. But the simple recognition that Damon Vale did not seem to be standing. Outside the cage, he seemed to be standing in a larger one. Alara looked at the ring again. My mother refused this. Yes, she refused you. No. Who? My father. The words shifted something beneath the entire room. Alara looked up. Your father was matched to my mother. Yes, but she married mine. Yes, and then my father was framed by your family. Yes, because he married her. Partly, a horrifying laugh tried to climb out of her chest. It came out as a breath. Partly, Damon's expression did not soften. Your father also stole records when they ran. Alara stared. Gerald helped your mother escape. Her heart twisted. Her father, who hated disorder, who ironed his shirts, even on Saturdays, who believed a properly filed injunction could hold back the devil if drafted well enough. Her father had helped her mother run from billionaires who treated blood like property. Of course he had. Of course that was why he had never let Alara near the Vale name if he could help it. Except he had failed. The name was on her door. Voss and Vale. A dead partnership with a man who had left after the scandal. She turned slowly toward the frosted glass. Why did my father name his firm Voss and Vale? Damon's face changed. There, she had found it. The hidden seam. Answer me. Because the original Vale in that partnership was not from my branch. What branch? Lucian's mother S. Alara's skin went cold. the masked man from Damon's warning, the dead brother who was alive, the voice in the office minutes earlier saying the old woman did not need Damon willing anymore. My father knew Lucian. Yes, you knew that when you came here. Yes, and you didn't tell me. I planned to. When, after the ring, after the contract, after you moved me into one of your controlled residences. His eyes narrowed. Separate wing locks you control. Stop saying that like it makes the rest normal. Nothing about this is normal. No, Damon, nothing about this is honest. That struck. His face hardened, but behind the cold, there was something worse. Not guilt. A man like him probably had more guilt than language. This was regret weaponized into silence. Alara backed away from him and grabbed her bag from the chair. I'm going to Blackwell. No. She laughed once. We are back to that. You cannot go to Blackwell while they have eyes on your father. They already have eyes on him. My team is moving him now. I want to see him. You will. Tonight. No. Damon. Not tonight. His voice sharpened. Your father is leverage. You are leverage. The ring is leverage. If you walk into that medical wing right now, Octavia gets all three in one place. Her hand tightened around her bag strap. So what? I go with you. Yes. To where? My residence. Of course. The penthouse is compromised. We go to the townhouse. You have a townhouse. I have several. Must be difficult. Occasionally, the wine storage is inadequate. She stared at him. He stared back. Against all logic, the corner of her mouth almost moved. He saw that too, and something in his expression eased by a fraction. Dangerous. This was dangerous, in ways no threat had been, because fear was clean. Anger was clean. Attraction mixed with distrust was not clean at all. It made poor decisions look like strategy. I am not sleeping under your roof without my own attorney seeing that contract, she said. Agreed. And I want a written guarantee that I can leave. Agreed. And I want a call with my father's doctor before we go anywhere. Already arranging it. And I want you to stop answering like I'm predictable. You are not predictable. Then why do you always have the next answer ready? Because when I don't, people die. The words killed her retort. Damon looked away first. The office door opened, and Annika stepped in. Sir, transport is ready. Mr. Voss has been moved from Blackwell Infirmary to the contracted wing. Power is stable. 2 of ours are inside, 4 outside. Alara's knees weakened so abruptly she had to catch the desk. Damon noticed, but did not move toward her. Good, bad, she did not know anymore. Can I speak to his doctor? She asked Annika. Annika glanced at Damon. Not me, he said, her. Annika nodded and handed Alara a secured phone. Dr. Menon is on the line. Alara took it fast. This is Alara Voss. A calm male voice answered. Ms. Voss, Your father is stable. He remains sedated, but his vitals have improved since transfer. There is bruising consistent with restraint misuse, which I will document. Her eyes closed. Restraint misuse. Those clean words for someone hurting her father. Will he live? I cannot make promises, but he has a strong chance if there are no further complications. Can anyone get to him? Not without passing through Mr. Vale's security and my staff. She looked at Damon. He stood perfectly still. He asked me not to trust Mr. Vale, she said. The line was quiet a moment. Then Dr. Menon said, Your father is frightened and recovering from extreme distress. But before sedation, he also said something else. Ilara's throat tightened. What? He said, if she has no choice, tell her to choose the devil who bleeds. Ilara's gaze dropped to Damon's split knuckles. The room narrowed around him. The devil who bleeds. Thank you, doctor, she said, her voice barely holding. Please call me if anything changes. I will. She handed the phone back to Annika. No one spoke. Damon's face had gone unreadable again, but there was tension around his mouth. He had heard. Of course he had. Ilara wanted to ask what her father meant. She wanted to ask why Gerald Voss, who had warned her against the black ring, would also tell her to choose Damon if cornered. But the answer would likely rearrange her world again. And she had reached the limit of how many lives she could lose in one night. Annika cleared her throat. We need to move. Building security feed shows 2 unknown vehicles circling. Damon nodded. Down the service elevator. Ilara slipped the white contract folder into her bag. Damon noticed, taking evidence. Taking what you gave me. I didn't give you the contract. You left it on my desk. That is theft. That is discovery. Again, that almost smile. There and gone. Ilara Voss, he said quietly. You are going to be a problem. I was a problem before you arrived. Yes, his gaze moved over her face. That is why I came. Heat flickered low in her stomach. Unwelcome, unwise. She turned toward the door before he saw too much. They moved quickly through the ruined office. Annika led. Damon followed a few steps behind Ilara, close enough to shield, far enough not to crowd. Every light in the hallway seemed too bright. Every corner felt watched. At the service elevator, Damon entered first, checked the panel, then stepped back. After you. So polite after the armed invasion. Standards matter. The elevator doors closed around them with Annika inside. One security guard outside staying behind to sweep the floor. The descent began. Ilara became acutely aware of the small space. Annika faced the doors, professional and silent. Damon stood to Ilara's left. Too close and not close enough. The ring on her finger felt warmer now, though that was impossible. She kept her hand curled around her bag strap, but the black stone seemed to pulse against her skin with every floor they dropped. She looked at Damon's reflection in the elevator doors. He was looking at the ring, not at her body, not with entitlement, with that same starved restraint. The elevator lurched, stopped. The lights flickered. Annika's hand moved beneath her jacket. Damon stepped in front of Alara before the second flicker ended. The emergency panel glowed red. Then a voice crackled through the speaker. Not the elevator system. A woman's voice. Smooth, older, elegant enough to make cruelty sound like etiquette. "Good evening, Damon." His body went rigid. Alara knew before he spoke. "Octavia," the voice continued, warm as poisoned tea. "And Miss Voss, how lovely. You are wearing the ring." Alara's blood chilled. Damon looked at the camera in the elevator corner. "If you touch her father again, I will burn every account you have hidden from Zurich to Singapore." A soft laugh filled the elevator, still confusing destruction with control. "Your father had the same defect." Damon said nothing. Octavia sighed. "Miss Voss, my grandson has told you a version of the truth that flatters him. I imagine he forgot to mention the most important part." Alara's fingers dug into her bag. Damon's voice was low. "Do not answer her." Octavia laughed again. "You see, so commanding, so afraid. Tell me, dear, has he explained why the ring reacted? Has he told you what happens when a veil man finds a compatible bride?" Alara's pulse tripped. Damon turned to her. "Alara, look at me." She did. His face was controlled, but his eyes were not. "Do not listen to her." Octavia's voice softened. "He needs you more than you need him. Remember that when he pretends this is protection." The elevator dropped one floor with a violent jolt. Alara grabbed the rail. Damon caught her elbow with 2 fingers, light and careful, offering balance without taking hold. "Okay," he asked. The question was quiet, immediate, human. She nodded once. He released her. Octavia made a sound that might have been amusement. "How tender. Perhaps your mother was right after all, Miss Voss. Perhaps the beast can be trained if you put the correct woman in front of him." Damon looked at the camera. The elevator light reflected in his eyes like fire under black glass. "You should not have mentioned her mother." For the first time, Octavia did not answer immediately. The elevator began moving again. Slow, controlled. Damon did not look away from the camera. "Run," he said softly. The speaker went silent. Alara stared at him. "Did you just threaten your grandmother?" "No." The elevator reached the basement, W. With a dull chime. The doors opened onto a concrete service corridor filled with Damon's security team. Damon stepped out first, scanned once, then turned back to Alara. "That was not a threat," he said. His bleeding hand extended toward her, palm up. Not grabbing, not claiming, offering. "Alara, we need to go." She looked at his hand, the black ring on his finger, the blood on his knuckles, the old gold on hers. Her father's warning moved through her mind. Do not trust the man with the black ring. Then his second message: choose the devil who bleeds. Alara placed her hand in Damon's. His fingers closed carefully around hers. The contact hit like a storm breaking inside a sealed room. Damon inhaled through his teeth. Alara felt it too. A pull. Not magic. Not exactly. Something lower. Older. A terrible awareness, as if her body had recognized danger and desire before her mind could object. Damon released her at once. Too fast, as if touch had burned him. Annika's phone rang. She answered, listened for 2 seconds, and went pale. Damon saw it. What? Annika looked from him to Alara. Blackwell Transport was hit 3 blocks from the medical wing. Alara's world stopped. No. Annika's voice stayed steady by force. Mr. Voss is alive. Alara nearly collapsed with relief. Then Annika finished. But he's gone. Chapter 3, The Locked Room. Damon Vale did not shout. That was the first thing Alara noticed after the words destroyed her. Mr. Voss is alive. But he's gone. There should have been shouting. Chaos. Men barking orders into phones. Doors slamming. Tires screaming somewhere beyond the basement corridor. Her own voice should have torn loose from her throat and filled the concrete space with something raw enough to crack it. Instead, Damon went very still. Every man around him reacted to that stillness as if a gun had been raised. Annika lowered her phone, face pale beneath her professional control. The convoy was diverted at West 39th. First vehicle took impact from a delivery truck. Second vehicle was blocked. Third reports smoke, visibility loss, and a signal jammer. 2 guards injured. Dr. Menon is alive. Your father was extracted before backup arrived. Alara heard every word. None of them made sense. Extracted, as if her father were an asset. A package. A thing taken from one set of hands and moved to another. Alive but gone. The corridor tilted. Damon stepped toward her, then stopped himself before touching her. The restraint registered dimly through the panic. Alara. She looked at him. His mouth moved again. She did not hear the words. The basement lights hummed overhead. Rainwater ran down the ramp beyond the loading doors in thin silver streams. Somewhere nearby, an engine idled. Her father had survived prison. He had survived surgery. He had survived a threat against his oxygen tube. And now he had vanished because Damon Vale had moved him. Because she had worn the ring. Because she had listened. Her hand came up before she knew she meant to strike him. Damon caught her wrist. This time, she wrenched free, so violently pain sparked through her shoulder. Do not touch me, he released instantly, palms opening at his sides. The gesture was controlled, careful, not defensive. It made her angrier. You said you could protect him. His jaw tightened. Yes. You promised. Yes. You moved him, and now he is gone. Yes. That single word again. Always the ugly, clean truth, cut deeper than any excuse could have. Alara stepped back from him. Then this is on you. Something moved across his face. He accepted the blow. He did not soften it, did not argue that Octavia was responsible, or that the attackers were trained, or that his team had been ambushed by people with more access than expected. He took the accusation like a blade and let it stay where she put it. Yes, he said. For one stunned second, she hated him less. Then she hated him more for making that impossible too. Annika looked between them. Sir, we need to move. If they hit the convoy, they may know the fallback route. Damon's eyes remained on Alara. Tell Silas I want every traffic camera, satellite rental, toll reader, private dashcam, and hospital intake within 10 miles scanned. No police. Not yet. They will slow us down and leak the search within the hour. Annika was already moving. Understood. And Annika. She stopped. Find the leak. 2 words. No raised voice. No theatrical threat. Every person in the corridor heard the death sentence anyway. Alara's skin went cold. What does that mean? Damon looked at her. It means someone knew the route. One of your people. Yes, you said they were yours. They are. And one betrayed you. Yes. A laugh scraped out of her. You answer like honesty makes this better. It does not. No, it does not. She turned away from him, because if she kept looking at his face, she might do something worse than blame him. She might beg him to fix it, and she would rather choke than beg Damon Vale for anything. The ring on her finger felt like a shackle now. She gripped it with her other hand and pulled. It did not move. Her fingers were damp from rain, shock, sweat. The old gold stuck against her skin. A sound rose in her throat. Not a sob, not yet, something sharper. She twisted harder. Alara, Damon said. Shut up. The ring scraped her knuckle. Pain flared. Alara, I said shut up. A small line of blood appeared at the base of her finger. Damon's entire body locked. She saw it from the corner of her eye. Hated that she noticed. Hated that his reaction was not possession, but alarm. Stop, he said, voice low. She spun on him. Do not tell me what to do. You are hurting yourself. Good, then at least someone in this nightmare is still real. The words came out fractured, too revealing. Damon's face changed. Not pity. She would have despised pity. Recognition, as if he knew exactly what it meant to need pain, because everything else had become too large to hold. His voice, when it came, was quieter. You can remove it once we are somewhere secure. I will have it cut off if necessary. The promise was not what she expected. She looked at him, chest heaving. You'd let me take it off. Yes, even if your grandmother sees. Yes, even if your covenant thinks I'm no longer chosen. His gaze darkened. I would prefer every member of the covenant understand that choosing you is not their right. The answer landed somewhere dangerous inside her. She turned away before it could settle. Annika returned with a tablet in one hand. Route is clear to the townhouse. 2 decoy vehicles are already out. We move now. Damon nodded once. Ilara. No. He stopped. I'm not going to your townhouse. You cannot go back upstairs. I'm going to find my father. You will get yourself killed. Possibly. But that seems to be everyone's plan for the evening. His expression hardened. Do not make recklessness sound like courage. Do not make captivity sound like strategy. You are not captive. She held up her hand, black ring gleaming under basement lights, blood marking her skin. Then, what am I? Damon looked at the ring. For a moment, something ugly passed through his eyes. Not at her, at the symbol, at himself, at whatever history had carved those thorns into gold and called it protection. A woman with leverage, he said. Ilara went still. He stepped closer, stopping at a distance that left air between them. Octavia took your father because she wants you afraid. Lucian, if he is involved, took him because he wants me unstable. Whoever betrayed the root wants us to turn on each other before we understand the board. The board, she repeated. My father is missing, and you're talking about chess. I am talking about the difference between chasing taillights and finding him alive. The words struck with brutal accuracy. She hated him. She needed him. Both facts stood side by side, staring each other down. Damon continued. You know your father's legal work. You know what he cared about, what he hid, who he trusted. I know the covenant structure, my grandmother's habits, and Lucian's appetite for theatrical revenge. Alone, we fail. Together, we may have a chance. You really expect me to work with you after this? No, he said. I expect you to work beside me until you find a better weapon. The answer was so cold, so stripped of comfort, that it felt almost respectful. A better weapon, not protector, not savior. Weapon. Ilara could understand weapons. She looked down at her bleeding finger, then at the loading ramp, where rain and exhaust and danger waited. Fine, she said. Damon's gaze sharpened. Fine. I go to your townhouse. I read your contract. I call my attorney. I get access to everything you know about my father, my mother, the covenant, Lucian, and your grandmother. Yes, and if you lock me in, lie to me again, or try to keep me away from evidence, I walk. Yes, with your files. A pause, a faint shift at the corner of his mouth. You negotiate under duress with impressive clarity. I learned from men who thought I wouldn't. The almost smile vanished. Something darker replaced it. Then I pity them. Don't they lost? This time, the look he gave her had heat in it. Not soft, not safe. A dark flare of admiration that crossed the fear, anger, and blood between them like a struck match. Then Annika opened the rear door of a black SUV, and the moment was gone. The city swallowed them. Rain battered shattered the bulletproof glass as the vehicle slid out of the service garage and into Manhattan's wet arteries. Alara sat in the back seat beside Damon because Annika had said the phrase defensive positioning, and Alara had not had the energy to argue. A dark partition separated them from the driver. Another vehicle led them. Another followed. Somewhere else, decoys carried no one through alternate routes. Her phone had been placed inside a signal shielding pouch after she sent one message to the independent attorney from Damon's list. I need emergency contract review tonight. Billionaire matter. Personal safety involved. Call this secure number. Billionaire matter. As if that covered any of this. Damon had given her the secure phone without reading the message. Another careful restraint. Another data point she did not know whether to trust. Now he sat beside her, coat open, one hand resting on his thigh, the other wrapped in a white bandage Annika had forced on him before they left. The black ring on his right hand remained visible. Old gold. Black stone, twin to hers, but heavier, more masculine, worn like a sentence. Alara stared out the window instead. The city blurred past in streaks of red brake light and silver rain. New York did not care that her father was missing. It kept moving because cities were like rich men that way. They devoured emergencies and called it momentum. She rubbed the base of her finger. The bleeding had stopped. The ring had not come off. Oil, Damon said. She looked at him. What? For the ring. Soap may work if swelling stays minimal. Oil is better. I know how rings work. Yes. Then why say it? Because you keep touching it, like you are considering breaking your finger. She dropped her hand into her lap. Maybe I am. Damon's gaze lowered briefly, then returned to the rain-slick window ahead. Do not damage yourself to spite me. That sounds exactly like something a man would say when he believes my body is his concern. His jaw tightened. Your safety is my concern. Your body is yours. A clean answer. Too clean. She turned toward him. Do you rehearse these distinctions? No. Then why are you so precise about them? The silence lasted long enough to tell her she had found another locked door. Damon looked at his bandaged knuckles. Because imprecision is where powerful men hide. Alara's anger shifted, unsettled by the weight of that. Who hurt you? She asked before she could stop herself. His face closed. No. The refusal was immediate. A boundary. She recognized it because he had recognized hers. For some reason, that made her cheeks heat. Fair, she said. His eyes moved to her face, assessing the word, the tone, the fact that she had accepted his no without pushing. Fair, he repeated. The air between them tightened. The SUV turned hard onto a quieter street lined with old brownstones and private security cameras discreetly placed beneath black iron balconies. Money lived here differently than it did in towers. Quieter, older, more certain of itself. The car slowed before a limestone townhouse with no visible number. A gate opened. The SUV slipped beneath the building into a private garage, bright as a surgical room. Alara stepped out before Damon could offer a hand. He noticed, did not comment. The garage led to an elevator requiring Damon's palm, Annika's code, and a retinal scan that made Alara want to laugh and scream at once. The elevator opened not into a lobby, but directly into a private residence that looked less like a home than a museum curated by a man allergic to softness. The townhouse was all dark wood, black marble, old paintings, low amber lighting, and silence. Not empty silence, watched silence, hidden cameras, reinforced doors, sensors disguised as brass fixtures, security disguised as taste, a fortress with good lighting. Separate wing, Damon said. Alara looked at him. I didn't ask. You were thinking it. Do not start believing you can read my mind. I would rather not. It seems hostile. It is. Annika gave what might have been a cough. Damon ignored it. This way, he said. They moved through a long hall lined with portraits. Alara tried not to look at them, then looked anyway, because avoidance had never once saved her from truth. Veils stared down from oil paint and gilt frames, generation after generation of cold eyes and inherited cruelty. Men in dark suits, women in pearls. Children posed like small political settlements. At the end of the hall hung a portrait of a woman with black hair and severe cheekbones. She looked enough like Damon to hurt. Not visually, not exactly. Her eyes were lighter, her mouth softer, but the shape of defiance in her face was his. Alara slowed. Damon stopped beside her. My mother, he said. Alara swallowed. What was her name? Helena. The name moved through the hall quietly. She tried to run. Yes, with you. Yes. What happened? Damon stared at the portrait. She failed. The words held no decoration. Alara looked at him. Something inside her wanted to ask more. The lawyer in her wanted facts. The woman in her saw the muscle twitch in his jaw and knew the cost would be too high right now. So she said, I'm sorry. His gaze cut to her, sharp as if she had touched him unexpectedly. I did not say it for sympathy. I didn't offer sympathy. I said I was sorry. A faint line appeared between his brows. For a man who could handle threats, blood, weapons, and betrayal without visible strain, Damon Vale looked deeply suspicious of simple kindness. Good, Alara thought. Let that bother him. She walked on. The guest wing was not a wing so much as an apartment behind a steel-cord door dressed in walnut. Sitting room, bedroom, bathroom, private terrace, small study, and a hallway door Damon opened to reveal a second exit. Where does that go? Alara asked. Secondary stairwell. It can be locked from this side, only from this side. He placed a keycard on the small table near the sofa. You control both doors. If you want additional locks installed, Annika will handle it. Alara stared at the keycard, then at him. You keep saying things that sound almost decent. His expression did not shift. That must be disorienting. It is. There is food if you want it. Coffee, tea, medical kit in the bathroom. Secure line in the study. Your attorney has been cleared through the gate and will arrive in 40 minutes. She blinked already. Yes, you cleared my attorney before I picked one. No, I cleared all three. Of course he had. She entered the study. On the desk sat the black folder, the white folder, a laptop, a legal pad, pens, and a printed list of names. Gerald Voss, Marin Ashcroft Voss, Octavia Vale, Lucian Vale, Helena Vale, Covenant of Heirs. A case file waiting to happen. Her pulse steadied for the first time all night. This she understood. Paper, evidence, patterns. She set her bag down and looked back at Damon. I want access to your files. You will have it. All of them. No. Her anger sparked. Damon. Some files contain information that could get you killed if you access them on an unsecured system. This is your house. Everything here is a secure system. Not from everyone. That gave her pause. He stepped into the study, but stayed near the door. I will give you everything relevant to your father tonight. And my mother. Yes, and you. His face stilled. Alara's instincts sharpened. There it was, the one he did not want opened. I want the medical file, she said. No, you told me your grandmother thinks I unlock something in you. You reacted to the ring. Your men cleared the room. Octavia said something happens when a Vale man finds a compatible bride. I want the file. No, I'm not signing anything without it. Then you will not sign tonight. The answer stopped her. Damon looked tired suddenly, but not weaker. If anything, the exhaustion made him more dangerous, stripping away the social lacquer until only command remained. That file is not part of your father's case, he said. It is part of the reason I'm involved. Yes, then I have a right to know. You have a right to know anything that affects your consent, your safety, and your legal exposure. Good. You do not have a right to my medical trauma because you are frightened. The words landed like a slap. Alara went very still. Shame came fast, hot and unwelcome. He was right. God, she hated that he was right. She had asked like a lawyer demanding discovery, not like a person recognizing the difference between threat assessment and a man's body being turned into evidence. I'm sorry, she said. Damon's eyes flickered. Again, that suspicion, that discomfort with apology. I need to understand what danger I'm in, she continued, quieter. But you're right. I don't need details you don't choose to give me. His gaze held hers for a long moment. Then he said, there is a summary file, redacted. It covers operational risk without personal detail. I want that. Yes, a compromise, a real one. The air shifted again, this time less violently. A negotiation with boundaries. A door not opened, but not slammed either. Damon turned toward the hall. Annika will bring it. Wait. He stopped. Alara did not know why she had said it until he looked back. His bandaged hand hung at his side. Blood had seeped through the gauze at one knuckle. Not much. Enough. Choose the devil who bleeds. You should get that looked at, she said. I have. You wrapped it badly. I didn't wrap it. Then Annika wrapped it badly. From somewhere in the hallway, Annika said, I heard that. Alara almost smiled. Damon did not. But the air moved around him, as if he might have wanted to. I'll survive, he said. That seems to be the theme. He started to leave again. Damon. This time, his name came out softer. He looked back. The look between them was different now. Still loaded. Still unsafe. But grief had burned some of the performance away. They were two people awake in the middle of a night that had taken too much from both. Find him, she said. No, please. She would not beg. Damon understood. His expression changed. And for one terrifying second, she saw the man beneath all the money, all the violence, all the locked rooms. I will, he said. Then he left her alone. Alara waited until the door closed before she let herself shake. Not collapse, not cry, shake quietly, angrily. Her hands braced on the desk, her hair damp against her temples, her finger aching beneath the black ring. Her father was missing. Her mother had been someone else. A stranger in a dark suit had become the only person standing between Alara and an enemy old enough to own judges, hospitals, and family histories. She sat down because if she did not, her legs might fold. The black folder came first. She opened it and forced her mind into order. Wire logs, transaction records, court affidavits, missing deposition summaries. A photograph of her father standing outside a courthouse 5 years ago with a man whose face was partially turned from the camera. Lucian, maybe. She set that aside. The white folder was worse, not because it was longer, because it was elegant. The contract inside had been drafted with the kind of precision that only old money and older cruelty could afford. Every clause was clean, every right named, every public obligation limited, every private boundary explicitly stated. No sexual obligation, no implied physical access, separate residence rights, independent counsel, personal funds, exit provisions, security disclosures, public performance requirements, medical autonomy, consent. That word appeared more than once. Alara read it twice, then a third time, looking for the trap. There were traps. There were always traps, but not where she had expected them. The danger was not in Damon demanding her body. The danger was in the world believing he already had some claim to it. The engagement was a shield. It was also a target, painted in black stone. She turned a page and found the section marked Covenant Recognition Event. Her pulse slowed. Required appearance. Vale Foundation Winter Gala. Date 48 hours from execution. Purpose: public confirmation of provisional engagement before covenant-recognized witnesses. Dress code: white or silver. Symbol: veil ring. Physical contact: at discretion of signatories only. Below it, handwritten in black ink, was one note. Not mine, hers. Alara stared. Damon's handwriting. Hard, slanted, controlled. He had amended the clause himself. Her throat tightened in a way that irritated her. No, she would not be moved by a note in a contract. That was pathetic. That was exactly how men like him became myths. A few decencies scattered among the ruins, and women started mistaking restraint for salvation. She turned the page. The next section stopped her cold. Compatibility trigger warning. Her pulse kicked. The clause was short. Signatory acknowledges that certain covenant members may attempt psychological manipulation based on obsolete bloodline doctrines, including, but not limited to match, bond, claim, heir, right, bride, and first issue. Such language has no enforceable legal authority under modern civil law and shall not be construed as consent, obligation, or biological destiny. Alara read it again and again. Biological destiny. A knock sounded at the study door. She jerked. Annika entered carrying a thin gray file and a small medical kit. Redacted operational summary. Also, Mr. Vale asked me to give you this. Alara took the file. What is it? A list of what the ring does and does not contain. No tracker, no recording hardware, no toxin mechanism. So he heard the poison needle question. He hears everything. Unfortunately, Annika placed the medical kit on the desk. For your finger. Alara looked down. The skin around the ring was still reddened. Thank you. Annika nodded once. Annika. The woman paused at the door. How long have you worked for him? 6 years. Do you trust him? Annika's expression did not change. With my life, yes. That wasn't my question. No, Annika said. It was not. Alara waited. Annika seemed to consider how much truth to give. I trust him with people he considers under his protection. I do not always trust what he is willing to do to himself to keep them safe. Then she left. Alara sat with that for a moment. A dangerous man, a bleeding devil, a protector who might destroy himself and call it strategy. She opened the gray file. At the top, in plain text, Vale not response, civilian risk summary. Her mouth went dry. The file was heavily redacted, but enough remained to build a shape around the absence. Subject: Damon Adrian Vale. Status: active suppression history. Observed triggers: symbolic claiming markers, compatible bloodline proximity, emotional stress, threat to selected partner, prolonged touch, scent imprinting under adrenal conditions. Ilara stopped. Scent imprinting. This was insane. Clinical language, pretending not to be mythology. She kept reading. Behavioral risk. Possessive fixation. Heightened protective aggression. Reduced pain response. Intrusive bonding compulsion. Fertility-linked psychological ideation under extreme activation. Physical risk to civilian partner. None when subject remains oriented, consenting, and non-activated. Increased emotional intensity may be misinterpreted by untrained observers as coercion v. dominance. Subject has consistently refused non-consensual contact and requested reinforced consent protocols in all partner-adjacent scenarios. Ilara exhaled slowly. There it was again. The line Damon drew in ink because someone had failed to draw it for him. She turned the page. Recommended civilian guidance. Maintain explicit verbal boundaries. Avoid ritual language unless intentional. Avoid wearing veil family markers during private proximity until subject is stabilized. Do not approach subject during acute activation unless subject verbally confirms control. Do not permit covenant observers to engineer isolation. Ilara looked at the ring, still on her finger. She should take it off. Her finger hurt. Her father was gone. Damon had warned her. The file warned her. Every rational part of her mind told her to remove the symbol and lock it in a drawer. Instead, she imagined Damon standing by the window, hand braced against the frame, telling her she was not safe with it on. From me, not a threat, a confession. That was the problem. Confessions had gravity. Her secure phone rang. She grabbed it. Ilara Voss. Ms. Voss, this is Mara Ellison. You requested emergency counsel. Ilara straightened. Yes, thank you for coming. I'm at the front gate of the Vale townhouse. Before I enter, I need verbal confirmation that you are not under restraint and that you are requesting my counsel freely. Ilara closed her eyes. The professionalism steadied her. Yes, I am not restrained. I'm requesting counsel freely. Are you alone? Yes. Do you feel physically safe enough for me to review the agreement on site? Or do you want me to request immediate removal to a neutral location? Ilara looked at the door Damon had left through, then at the files, then at the ring. No neutral location, she said. Not yet. Understood. I'll be with you in 5 minutes. The line ended. 5 minutes. Enough time to remove the ring. Enough time to run. Enough time to start thinking like herself again. Ilara took the oil Annika had left in the medical kit, poured a little over her finger, and began working the ring gently over the swollen knuckle. It moved a fraction, then stuck. Pain sparked. She hissed. The study door opened. Damon stood there, He had changed out of the wet overcoat into a black shirt with the sleeves rolled to his forearms. The bandage on his hand had been replaced, cleaner this time, but a faint trace of blood still marked the edge. Without the coat, he looked less like a headline and more like a man made of controlled damage. His gaze dropped to the ring, halfway off her finger. Something in him went taut. "You're taking it off." "I'm trying." He did not move. Good. The word should have sounded like relief. It sounded like loss. Alara's fingers stilled. Damon noticed. "Of course he did. Do not stop because of my reaction," he said. You were. You have a very irritating habit of being right at the wrong time. Most people object to the right part. I object to all of you. I am aware." He stepped inside only after she did not tell him to leave. Even then, he stayed near the door. "Mara Ellison is here," he said. "I know. She is excellent. She dislikes me. That improves my confidence." "It should." Alara worked the ring again. It shifted, then caught. "Damn it." Damon's hand flexed once at his side. She saw the movement. The file's language moved through her mind. Do not approach subject during acute activation unless subject verbally confirms control. "Are you in control?" she asked. His eyes lifted to hers. The question changed the room, not because it was seductive, because it was exact. Damon understood immediately what she had read. "Yes," he said, fully. A pause. "No." Her pulse jumped. He remained still. "I am oriented. I am not unsafe. But I am not fully neutral while you wear that ring, while you are bleeding, and while your father is missing because of my failure." The honesty was too much, too intimate, in a way nakedness would not have been. Alara swallowed. "That was a very specific answer. You asked a specific question. Can you help me take it off?" His face went blank, then colder. "No." She frowned. "Because you're not fully neutral. Because touching you right now would be a bad decision. Bad for me or bad for you." "Yes." A breath left her that might have been a laugh if the room were not trembling around them. "I'm not asking you to seduce me, Damon. I'm asking you to remove a ring." His eyes darkened. "That is the problem." Heat rose up her neck. The silence stretched. She should have looked away. She did not. Outside the study, footsteps approached, then stopped. Annika's voice came through the door. "Ms. Ellison has arrived." The moment fractured. Damon stepped back as if distance had been ordered at gunpoint. She will help. Alara told herself the odd twist in her chest was relief. Damon opened the door. Mara Ellison entered with a leather briefcase, silver hair, cut to her jaw, and the expression of a woman who had made powerful men regret underestimating her for at least 30 years. "Ms. Voss," she said, "Mara Ellison, before we discuss anything else, are you comfortable with Mr. Vale remaining?" "No," Alara said. Damon was already moving. I'll be outside." He closed the door behind him. Mara watched it shut, then looked at Alara's hand. "That ring is ugly." Alara almost laughed. "That's your legal opinion. My legal opinion will cost more. The aesthetic one is free." She opened her briefcase. "Sit. Let's get it off first." It took soap, oil, dental floss from the medical kit, and several humiliating minutes of tugging before the ring finally slipped over Alara's knuckle. The relief was immediate and startling. Cool air touched the indented skin. A thin red mark circled her finger. Mara dropped the ring onto the desk blotter, as if it were radioactive. Then she picked up Damon's contract. For the next 35 minutes, Alara became herself again. Mara was ruthless. She read fast, marked faster, and asked questions that forced Alara to separate fear from fact. Did he threaten you with harm if you refused? No. Did he offer aid to your father contingent on sexual access? No, the contract explicitly excludes that. Did he or anyone acting for him prevent you from leaving? No. Do you want to leave now? Alara hesitated. Myra looked over the top of her glasses. That pause matters. I want to find my father. That is not the same answer. No, Alara said, it is. Mara nodded as if that pleased her. Good. Then we draft from reality, not panic. She amended clauses in red ink. Emergency exit rights. Independent transportation. Full evidence access relating to Gerald and Marin Voss. Daily private counsel calls. Medical decisions. Independent of veil authority. No public intimacy. Beyond mutually agreed parameters. No private proximity obligations. No shared bedroom. No verbal or symbolic language that could be construed by the covenant as reproductive consent. Alara stared at that clause for a long moment. Mara noticed. You read the summary file. Yes. Do you understand it? No. Good. Anyone who claims to fully understand old family pseudoscience wrapped around experimental trauma is usually selling something. Alara looked at her sharply. You know about this. I know enough to be expensive and careful. Who hired you? You did. Who paid your retainer? Mara's mouth curved faintly. Mr. Vale wired an obscene amount to client trust 15 minutes ago. It is refundable only to you. I accepted because the money gives you options, not him. Alara sat back. Another trap turned into a tool. Maybe, or maybe she was too tired to see the blade. Mara's face softened by exactly 1 degree. Ms. Voss, I represent you, not him, not his guilt, not your father's desperation. You. If you tell me to walk you out, I walk you out. Alara looked at the ring on the desk, then at the folders, then at the locked door beyond, which Damon Vale waited in his own house like a dangerous animal, obeying a boundary line drawn by a woman he barely knew. I need the files, she said. Then we get you the files without giving him your throat. They worked. By the time Mara opened the door and summoned Damon back in, the contract had become less elegant and more hostile. Alara liked it better that way. Damon entered with Annika behind him. He looked first at Alara, then at the ring on the desk, then back to Alara's face. A fraction of tension eased from his shoulders. Not enough. Never enough. Mara handed him the amended agreement. Sign these changes or she walks. Damon read. Alara watched his face, looking for irritation, resistance, offense. Rich men hated being edited. Powerful men hated limits, especially when written by women in red ink. Damon read every page. Then he picked up a pen. Acceptable, he said, and signed. Mara blinked once. Clearly, she had expected a fight. So had Alara. Damon handed the contract to her. The pen followed. Their fingers did not touch. The avoidance was deliberate. Alara signed. Her name looked steadier than she felt. Alara Marin Voss. Marin, her mother's hidden name inside hers all along. Mara took the contract and scanned it into a secure device. Temporary engagement agreement executed at 2:41 a.m. Physical boundaries affirmed. Independent counsel present. Emergency termination clause active. She snapped the folder shut. Now no one in this room gets to pretend ambiguity exists. Damon looked at Alara. Good. That single word hit low and strange. Mara glanced between them, eyes narrowing with the practiced suspicion of a woman who saw chemistry as a liability until proven otherwise. I'll remain on call. Ms. Voss, I recommend sleep. I assume you will ignore that. Correct. I thought so. Annika's phone buzzed. She checked it and looked at Damon. Sila's has something. The temperature in the room dropped. Damon held out his hand. Annika passed him the tablet. Alara rose. What? Damon did not answer. He stared at the screen. Then his face went so still. That fear moved through Alara before she knew why. What is it? She demanded. Annika looked at Damon, waiting. He turned the tablet toward Alara. The screen showed traffic footage from a rain-blurred intersection. A black medical transport van sat, half obscured by smoke. 2 guards lay on the pavement. A figure in a dark coat moved toward a second vehicle, not dragging Gerald Voss, guiding him. Her father was upright, one hand pressed to his bandaged abdomen, the other gripping the arm of the man beside him. He was alive. He was walking. Alara's knees nearly gave. Then the figure turned toward the camera. The image was grainy, distorted by rain and distance, but the face was unmistakable. The same carved jaw as Damon, the same dark hair, a crueler smile, Lucian veil. Alara's breath stopped. He took him, she whispered. Damon's eyes remained on the screen. No, he said. Alara looked at him. What do you mean, no? Damon zoomed in. The footage shifted. Her father's face sharpened just enough for Alara to see his mouth moving. Not a cry, not a plea, a word. Damon replayed it once, twice. Mara stepped closer. Annika went silent. Alara watched her father speak into the rain before climbing into Lucian Vale's car. She could not hear the word, but she could read it. Damon. Her father had not been taken. He had gone willingly. Then a new message appeared on the tablet, pushed through a private channel. Damon's own security had failed to lock. A photograph loaded. Gerald Voss sat in a dim room, pale but alive, a blanket around his shoulders. Behind him stood Lucian, smiling directly at the camera. On the table in front of Gerald lay a file stamped with the same black thorned crest as the ring. The caption beneath it read, "Ask Damon what is in the locked room." Chapter 4, The Air Clause. The locked room was not on any blueprint Mara Ellison could access. That was the first problem. The second was Damon Vale. He stood in the study, with Lucian's message still glowing on the tablet, his face emptied of every readable thing. Not calm, not composed, empty, as if some invisible hand had reached inside him and shut off everything human before it could betray him. Alara hated that she noticed the difference. She had spent the night watching Damon weaponize stillness. This was not that. This was not the cold control he wore in elevators, corridors, negotiations, or blood-slick offices. This was absence. Ask Damon what is in the locked room. The words sat beneath the photograph of her father, like a blade laid politely on a table. Gerald Voss was alive. Gerald Voss had walked willingly with Lucian Vale. Gerald Voss had spoken Damon's name into the rain like a warning, or a plea, or a verdict. Alara looked from the tablet to Damon. What locked room? Damon did not answer. Mara removed her glasses slowly. Mr. Vale. Nothing. Annika shifted near the door, one hand near her earpiece, gaze fixed on Damon in a way that told Alara she knew something. Not everything, perhaps, but enough to be afraid of what his silence meant. Alara stepped closer to the desk. Damon. His eyes moved to her. There was no heat in them now. No flare of dangerous awareness. No dark pull beneath the skin. Just a black, flat wall. You need to rest, he said. The absurdity of that answer was so complete that for a second Alara could only stare. Then she laughed. It was not a pretty sound. My father is sitting with your dead brother beside a file that looks like it came from your family's private nightmare. And your answer is that I need to rest. Lucian is not my brother. Mara's pen stopped moving. Annika went very still. Alara's pulse gave one hard knock. What? Damon's jaw worked once. A mistake. He had not meant to say that. Not here, not now. Good. Let him bleed truth for once. What does that mean? Alara asked. It means, Damon said, voice controlled again. Too controlled. that Lucian's legal relationship to my family is complicated. No, that's a boardroom answer. Try again. His gaze sharpened faintly. You are angry. I am awake. You are exhausted. I am informed enough to know you're hiding something that got my father into Lucian's car. She pointed at the tablet. He went willingly. Why? I don't know. That might be true. She stepped closer. But you know what Lucian wants me to ask. The silence held. Mara looked between them, assessing. Ms. Voss is entitled to all information relevant to her father's disappearance under the agreement you signed less than 10 minutes ago. Damon's eyes never left Alara's face. The locked room is not relevant. Then say what's in it. No. The word landed with a finality that would have made weaker people step back. Alara had spent years being told no by judges, clerks, bankers, ethics investigators, and men with polished shoes who thought a woman under pressure could be persuaded to mistake dismissal for law. She did not step back. Then I walk. Damon went still. Ms. Voss, Mara said carefully. No, Alara kept her eyes on Damon. The contract says I get relevant information. He doesn't get to decide relevance by refusing to speak. My father's captor told me to ask about that room. That makes it relevant. Damon looked toward the ring on the desk. It lay beside the signed contract. Black stone turned toward the light, almost innocent, without a hand to claim. His face changed at the sight of it. Something savage moved beneath the surface and disappeared. Alara, he said quietly, there are things in this house you cannot unknow. My father was framed. My mother had a secret bloodline. Your grandmother threatened his oxygen tube. Your dead brother is alive, and maybe not your brother. I think we past cannot unknow 3 disasters ago. A faint crack appeared in his composure. Not humor, pain. He turned away from her and looked at Annika. Clear the south corridor. Annika's expression tightened. Sir. Now. She hesitated only a fraction before stepping out and speaking low into her calm. Mara closed the contract folder. I should be present. No, Damon said. Alara's eyes narrowed. Yes. Damon turned back. The room contains private medical and family material. Mind. A pause. Too long. Alara's skin went cold. Damon. It may contain references to your mother. Mara lifted her chin. Then Ms. Voss's counsel remains. Damon's gaze cut to her. If you enter that room, Ms. Ellison, anything you see becomes privileged only if Ms. Voss remains your client through whatever follows. Mara did not blink. I am familiar with privilege. This is not a privilege lecture. This is a warning. How generous. Damon looked like he almost appreciated her contempt. You will not bring a phone. You will not photograph anything. You will not touch anything unless I permit it. Alara folded her arms. Try that sentence again. His eyes returned to her. For a moment, the air changed. The awful gravity between them returned, not sexual exactly, though it carried the memory of that too. It was the force of two whilst finding the same narrow bridge and refusing to yield. "Do not touch anything," Damon said, "until we know what Lucian wants you to find." "Better, not good, better." Elara nodded once. Annika returned. "Corridor clear. House lockdown is holding. No external breach." Damon picked up the black ring from the desk. Alara's hand twitched before she could stop it. His gaze caught the movement. He did not comment. He slid the ring into his pocket instead of offering it to her. Relief moved through her, followed by something she refused to examine. They left the study in single file. Annika first, then Damon, then Alara, with Mara behind her carrying nothing but a slim notepad and a pen. The townhouse had changed since Alara first entered it. Before, it had looked severe, expensive, hollow. Now every portrait seemed like a witness, pretending to be art. Every closed door was a mouth holding secrets. They passed Damon's mother's portrait again. Helena Vale watched them from oil and shadow. Alara slowed, despite herself. Damon noticed, "Not now." "I didn't say anything." "You were about to." She looked at him. "You don't know that." His eyes flickered over her face. "I know you." The words hit strangely. He seemed to realize it, the same moment she did. His jaw tightened. "Your patterns." Careful, that sounded personal. It was strategic. Comforting. Rarely. Mara made a small sound behind them. "Is this how the two of you communicate?" "Yes," Damon said. "No," Alara said at the same time. Annika's mouth twitched once before she killed the expression. They reached the end of the portrait hall, where the wall appeared solid, except for a narrow panel of darker wood between two bookcases. Damon placed his palm against the panel. Nothing happened. Then he removed a thin chain from beneath his collar. Alara had not noticed it before. The chain was black, almost invisible against his shirt. At the end hung a key, old-fashioned and small enough to look decorative. Damon held it for a moment, not inserting it, just holding it. Alara watched his fingers tighten around the metal until his knuckles paled. This room frightened him. That realization unsettled her more than she expected. Damon Vale had walked into violence, blackmail, betrayal, and his grandmother's threats without visible fear. But this door had taken something from him before it even opened. "Are you all right?" The question escaped before Alara approved it. His eyes cut to hers. The silence that followed was sharper than refusal. Then he said, "No." A simple answer. A terrible one. The key turned. The wall opened. Cold air spilled out first. Not metaphorical cold. Real temperature-controlled chill, dry and sterile, carrying the faint chemical scent of preserved paper, metal cabinets, and something medicinal beneath it. Light C. Aim on in sequence. Alara stepped inside and forgot how to breathe. The locked room was not a room. It was an archive. Rows of steel cabinets lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Glass cases displayed rings, contracts, family crests, old photographs, and bound ledgers. A long black table ran down the center. At the far end stood a bank of monitors, all dark. Above them hung a framed document larger than any marriage certificate should be, the Vale Family Succession Charter. Beneath it, in Latin, a phrase had been carved into black stone. Mara read it under her breath. Blood remembers what law forgets. Alara's stomach turned. Annika remained at the door, scanning corners with visible discomfort. She had been here before then, or had avoided being here with great effort. Damon entered last, the hidden door sealed behind them. Alara turned sharply. "It locks from inside," Damon said. "Show me." He did. A manual release beneath the panel. Easy to reach. No code required. She nodded and forced herself to look away from the exit. "Do not panic. Observe." The lawyer in her returned, like a blade sliding free. She moved toward the nearest glass case. Inside lay 5 rings similar to the one Damon had placed on her finger. Black stones, old gold thorns, each tagged with a name and date. Helena Vale, Octavia Vale, Celia Ashcroft, Marin Ashcroft. Alara stopped. Her mother's name, her mother's ring, not Voss, Ashcroft. The ring lay in the case, beneath soft light, smaller than hers. The black stone cracked down the center. Her throat tightened. Damon had not moved from near the door. "When did she wear it?" Alara asked. "She didn't." "Then why is it here?" "Because she broke it." Alara turned. Damon's gaze was fixed on the case. "She smashed it against my father's desk the night she refused him. Marin Voss, librarian, mother, lemon tea, and soft cardigans, had stood in some room of power and broken a veil ring rather than let it claim her." Pride rose in Alara, so fiercely it hurt. "Good," she whispered. Damon's eyes moved to her. For the first time since Lucian's message, something living crossed his face. "Yes," he said. The word was quiet, almost reverent. Mara had already begun reading labels. "These are marriage contracts." "Bloodline contracts," Damon corrected. Marriage was only the public mechanism. Mara's expression hardened. "Charming. It is not meant to charm." Alara moved deeper into the archive. A cabinet labeled ASHCROFT had been left unlocked. No, not left. Recently opened. One drawer sat a few inches out, as if someone had wanted it noticed. Lucian, or Damon, or Octavia. In this family, every object seemed capable of betrayal. Alara pulled the drawer out carefully. Damon's voice came fast. "Wait." She stopped, hand on the metal handle. He crossed the room in 2 strides, but stopped before he reached her, maintaining that careful distance. "What?" she asked. "Some files were booby-trapped once." Mara looked up sharply. With what? Dye packets, acid release, microfilm burns, once a needle. Alara stared at him. His eyes flicked to hers. Not poison. This family needs prison and therapy. In that order, Mara said. Damon inspected the drawer, then nodded. Safe. Alara pulled it open. Inside were folders, arranged by first name. Celia, Marin, Noel. Alara's hand hovered over her mother's folder, then moved to Noel. She did not know why. Maybe because her father had said Damon. Maybe because Octavia had mentioned brides. Maybe because the contract had named ritual language and first issue. Maybe because some instinct sharpened by terror told her the obvious file was bait. She opened Noel Ashcroft. The folder was nearly empty. Birth certificate. Sealed medical notation. A childhood photograph of a dark-haired girl standing before iron gates. A letterhead from Ashcroft House. A single typed page titled Preliminary Bride Viability. Alara's mouth went dry. Bride, she read fast. Candidate, Noel Celia Ashcroft. Status reserved. Compatibility priority. Primary veil male line. Designation, contingent bride. Trigger event, failure of Marin Ashcroft compliance. Alara's pulse thudded. She looked up. Who is Noel? Damon's face had gone hard again. No one you need to know tonight. Wrong answer. She disappeared before adulthood. Disappeared. Yes. Elaborate. No. Mara stepped beside Alara. Mr. Vale, I recommend you stop saying no before Ms. Voss decides to test how enforceable that contract is. Damon's jaw flexed. Noel was Marin's younger half-sister. Alara froze. My aunt. Biologically, yes. You knew I had an aunt. Yes. Alive. I don't know. You didn't think that mattered. I thought keeping you away from this mattered more. The anger returned, but behind it, something worse opened. A hollow grief for relatives she had not known existed, for a mother who had cut her past so completely that even her daughter had inherited only the silence. Alara looked at the file again. What does contingent bride mean? Damon did not answer. She read the line again, slower. Trigger event. Failure of Marin Ashcroft compliance. Marin refused your father, Alara said. So they reserved Noel. Yes. For whom? Damon's silence told her before he did. For me. The room seemed to tilt. Alara stared at him. You were a child. Yes. So was she. Yes. Mara's voice turned glacial. These contracts are unenforceable. Legally, yes, Damon said. Morally, they belong in a furnace. Yes. Alara looked back at the page. Nausea rolling slow and cold through her. The covenant had assigned futures before people were old enough to know what a future was. Not romance, not marriage, breeding strategy, inheritance control, bodies converted into clauses. Every intimacy in her life, every private desire she might someday feel. Every choice her mother had wanted her to have, this was the machinery trying to devour it. She closed Noel's folder with shaking hands. Damon saw the tremor. Did not touch. Good. If he touched her now, she might break. Or worse, lean into him. She opened Marin's file next. Her mother's photograph stared up at her. Not the sweet-faced librarian Alara remembered, but a younger woman with storm in her eyes, dark hair pinned back, mouth set in fury. She was standing beside Gerald Voss in what looked like a courthouse hallway. Gerald was younger too, his tie crooked, his arms slightly in front of Marin, as though he had stepped between her and someone outside the frame. Behind the photograph was a handwritten note. G, if anything happens to me, do not let them put a ring on our daughter. M. Alara's hand flew to her mouth. No one spoke. The paper blurred. She blinked hard until the words returned. Our daughter. Her mother had known. She had known they might come for Alara. She had begged her father to stop it. Gerald had tried, and now he was gone. Alara forced herself to keep reading. There were medical records, blood work, compatibility charts, redacted genetic markers. A psychological assessment stamped non-compliant. A marriage refusal form, unsigned by the covenant representative, but signed by Marin Ashcroft in a violent slant. Beside it was a second document. The title made Alara's skin go numb. Air clause. ASHCROFTVEL lineage continuity. Damon said her name. Ilara. She did not look at him. The clause was written in dense legal language, dressed in ceremonial filth. She read enough to understand, then kept reading, because disgust was not a defense. If Marin Ashcroft refused formal match to Adrian Vale, any female first issue born from Marin's external union would remain eligible for future Vale line correction pairing, provided genetic compatibility remained intact. Female first issue. Ilara. Her mother had refused Damon's father, so the covenant had written Alara into the next generation's trap, not as a person, as correction. Myra swore under her breath. Annika looked away. Damon's face was carved out of something darker than anger. Alara's fingers tightened on the paper. This is why your grandmother selected me. Yes. How long have you known? Damon did not speak. The air left her lungs. How long? He looked at her with no defense in his eyes. 7 years. The same answer as before. But now it meant something different. 7 years ago, Damon had found her not merely as Marin's daughter. He had found the clause. He had known the covenant could try to claim her as a correction pairing. A replacement bride. A future mother for a bloodline. Her own mother had died trying to escape. Alara's voice went thin. And you waited. Yes. You knew they might come for me. Yes. You knew my father had records. Not all of them, but enough. Yes. And you left us exposed. His jaw tightened. I kept surveillance off you because surveillance draws attention. I buried your markers in 3 databases. I bought 2 companies to prevent them from acquiring your health records. I blocked a background check on you when you applied for federal clerkship placement. I kept my name away from yours because the fastest way to make my grandmother look at you was to let her know I had. The words came clipped, brutal, rising not in volume but intensity. Alara stared. He had been in her life for 7 years. Not close, not visible, but around the edges, altering the weather. Why didn't you tell me? She asked. Because you had a life. That was not yours to protect by lying. No, stop agreeing with me when you're wrong. I am not agreeing because it absolves me. His eyes held hers. I am agreeing because you are right. The room went quiet. No defense. No excuse. Just confession. It made her want to scream. It made her want to understand. Both impulses felt like betrayal. She turned away from him before either could win and looked back at the air clause. Her name did not appear in the original document. It did in the addendum. Alara Marinvos. Date of birth. Bloodline status. Confirmed. Compatibility review. Pending. Recommended engagement vector. Legal familial vulnerability. Alara read the line again. Legal familial vulnerability. Her father's conviction. Her father's attempted suicide. The ethics complaint. The debt. All of it. Not bad luck. Not merely a powerful enemy stepping on the ruins. A vector. A planned way in. Her hand went cold around the paper. They didn't frame him only because of what he found, she said. Damon's face changed. He had reached the conclusion at the same time. Mara leaned in. Ms. Voss. Alara turned the addendum toward them. They framed my father because they needed me desperate enough to accept Damon's deal. No one spoke. Then Annika said, very quietly, but Mr. Vale didn't know the attempt was coming. No, Damon said. Alara looked at him. How do I know that? You don't. Again, truth like a knife. Her voice dropped. Then give me a reason to believe you. Damon reached into the inside pocket of his shirt and removed a folded document. Not from the archive, from himself. He had been carrying it. He placed it on the black table between them. Alara did not touch it. What is that? My copy of the clause. Your copy. The one I stole from this room 7 years ago. Mara's gaze sharpened. You stole covenant property from your own family archive. Yes. Why? Damon looked at Alara. The answer was in his face before he said it. Because I saw her photograph attached to it. Alara's pulse stopped behaving normally. A photograph. Her photograph. 7 years ago. What photograph? Damon unfolded the paper. Inside was a grainy printed image of Alara at 24, standing outside Columbia Law in a black coat. Hair whipped across her face by wind. One hand raised to hold it back. she looked younger, untouched by scandal. Serious, bright-eyed, already tired in the way ambitious women were tired when the world demanded twice the proof for half the trust. Across the bottom, someone had written, "Candidate viable. Monitor for pressure point." Alara felt sick. Damon did not look away from her face. "I destroyed 3 other copies," he said. "This one I kept because I needed to remember what they would do if I forgot. What they would do to me." "Yes, and what would you do?" His expression shifted. "There, the locked truth, beneath the locked room. I would make myself worse than they were," he said. Ilara's breath caught. It was not romantic. Not exactly. It was terrifying. Yet beneath the terror was a strange, unwanted ache, because he said it like a man condemning himself rather than promising heroics. He knew what violence cost. He knew what obsession could become. He had built fences around himself, not because he was tame, but because he was not. And she was standing too close to one of those fences. Mara's voice cut through the moment. "This is enough to establish that the engagement proposal emerged under manipulated conditions. Ms. Voss, you can void the contract." Damon said nothing. He did not argue. Ilara looked at him. "You'd let me?" "Yes, even though my father is with Lucian." "Yes, even though Octavia wants this." "Yes." "Why?" His gaze dropped to the cracked ring in the case. Marin's ring. Her mother's refusal trapped behind glass. "Because your mother broke hers," he said. "I will not be the man who forces you to wear yours." The words moved through Ilara slowly, finding places she had not protected. She looked at Mara. "If I void it, what happens?" "You lose contractual access to his files unless he grants it separately." "Publicly, nothing yet, because no announcement has been made." "Strategically, you would be safer away from him if the covenant's interest is symbolic attachment." Mara paused. "But your father's situation remains unchanged. And if I don't void it, you proceed with a contract built on contaminated circumstances, but amended with safeguards. It gives you access, leverage, and visibility. It also puts you directly in the covenant's path." Ilara looked at the air clause. Female first issue. Correction pairing. Legal familial vulnerability. Her life reduced to the root by which old monsters found her mother's daughter. She thought of Marin smashing the ring against a desk. She thought of Gerald walking with Lucian in the rain. She thought of Damon's hand opening in the basement, bloody and careful. She thought of Damon stepping back when she told him not to touch her. Her voice steadied. "I'm not voiding it." Mara's eyes narrowed. "That is a decision made under extreme stress." "Yes, then I have to advise waiting. I'm not signing my body, my future, or my freedom over to anyone. I'm using the contract as access." Damon watched her silently. Ilara picked up her mother's note. "Do not let them put a ring on our daughter." "I won't wear the ring because they threatened me," she said. I won't wear it because Damon wants me to. I won't wear it because the covenant thinks it means heirs, or blood, or any other disgustin' Gee word, they've dressed up as destiny. She looked at Damon. But I will walk into their gala with it on my finger, if that is the fastest way to find my father, and burn this clause in front of every person who thought it could own me. Mara exhaled slowly. Annika looked almost impressed. Damon looked like she had just done something catastrophic and magnificent. His voice was rough when he spoke. That is not a safe plan. No, Alara said. It's a Voss plan. Something flickered in his eyes. My mother's plan, she corrected. Maybe my father's too. Damon looked back at Gerald's image on the tablet. Your father went with Lucien for a reason. Yes, and Lucien wants me asking questions about this room for a reason. Alara held up the air claws. So the question is, what did he expect us to find besides this? Silence. Then Mara turned the page in the Ashcroft file. All four of them looked down. Beneath the clause was one more document, thinner than the others, folded into thirds. A hospital record. Not old. Recent. Alara recognized the letterhead immediately. Blackwell Correctional Medical Services. Her father's prison hospital. The record was dated 3 months ago. Patient Gerald Matthew Voss. Attending physician Dr. Samuel Menon. Specimen transfer authorized. Recipient file. Vale Air Continuity Review. Alara's blood went cold. Specimen transfer. Mara took the document and read fast. This appears to reference a blood sample. Damon's face hardened. No. Alara looked at him. No what? He took the page from Mara, scanned it once, and the last color left his face. Damon. His gaze lifted to hers. They tested your father's blood. Why, not his. The room stopped. Damon turned the page toward her. At the bottom, in small print, beside a chain of custody notation, was another name. Secondary familial match requested. Alara Marin Voss. Her stomach turned over. They were trying to confirm my compatibility. Damon did not answer. He did not need to. Mara's expression sharpened. Mr. Vale, what does the covenant require for an air clause activation? Damon's silence became an answer. Alara looked at him. Say it. Alara, say it. His eyes were black with fury now, but not at her. At minimum, he said, a confirmed female bloodline match, a Vale male claimant, and symbolic public recognition of intent. Mara went still. The ring. Yes. Alara's pulse slammed hard. The gala, she said. Damon's voice was low. Yes. The event in 48 hours. White or silver dress code. Vale ring. Covenant recognized witnesses. Not an engagement announcement. An activation. Octavia had not merely threatened Alara into wearing the ring. She had maneuvered Alara toward fulfilling the first public step of the air clause. Her mother had warned them too late. Her father had gone with Lucian after discovering something too dangerous to say on camera. And Damon, who had offered a contract as a shield, had nearly delivered Alara to the exact ritual his grandmother wanted. His face told her he understood that too. A terrible quiet settled over the archive. Then one of the dark monitors at the far end of the room flickered on. Annika drew her weapon. Damon stepped in front of Alara. The screen filled with static. Then Lucian Vale appeared, seated in a leather chair, smiling as if he had been invited to dinner rather than a war. Behind him, Gerald Voss sat alive, pale and silent. Alara surged forward. "Dad." Damon caught her by the wrist, then released immediately when she looked at him. The brief contact burned anyway. Lucian's smile widened. "Good, you found the claws." Damon's voice dropped into lethal quiet. "If you hurt him, I will end you." Lucian sighed. Still performing dominance for women who are far too smart to be impressed by it. Alara stepped around Damon. "Why did my father go with you?" Gerald lifted his head. His eyes found hers through the camera. "Alara," he said, voice weak but clear. "Listen to Lucian." The words struck harder than a slap. Damon went utterly still. Lucian leaned forward. "Your father came with me because I'm the only one who can prove Damon Vale didn't just know about the air claws." His eyes shifted to Damon, bright with cruelty. He signed the first activation request. Alara turned to Damon. The room disappeared, except for his face. His denial should have come instantly. It did not. Lucian smiled. "Ask him, Alara. Ask your bleeding devil why your name is already written in his hand." Chapter 5. The Brother. Damon did not deny it. That was the thing that broke the room. Not Lucian's smile. Not Gerald Voss sitting pale and trembling behind him. Not the air claws lying open on the black archive table like some ancient, obscene verdict. Damon's silence. Alara had learned to read silence in courtrooms. There was the silence of shock, the silence of calculation, the silence of guilt, the silence of a witness waiting for counsel to object, the silence of a judge who had Aller. Edie made up his mind and wanted the victim to finish speaking before he buried her with procedure. Damon's silence was worse. It was memory. Lucian Vale leaned back in his chair, pleased with the damage. "There it is." Alara turned fully toward Damon. "Tell me he's lying." Damon's eyes stayed on the monitor. Not on her, not on the claws, on Gerald, as if the sight of her father alive had become another weapon. He had to survive before he could speak. "Tell me," Alara said again. Mara moved closer to her side, not touching, but near enough that Alara felt the legal spine of her presence. Annika remained at the door with her gun raised toward the screen, which was absurd and human and useless. You could not shoot a video feed. You could not shoot a past already loaded into the chamber. Damon's voice came at last, quiet and stripped down. He is not lying. The room vanished from under her. Alara stared at him. The monitors hummed. Rain whispered somewhere behind the sealed walls. Her mother's broken ring sat in its glass case, cracked black stone under museum light. You signed it. Yes. Her throat closed. Mara's voice cut in. Signed what exactly? Lucian lifted one finger. Excellent question. I do enjoy competent counsel. Shut up, Alara said without looking at him. Lucian's smile widened. Damon turned away from the monitor then, and Alara saw the full force of what he had been holding back. Not guilt, not only guilt, shame so old it had fused with bone. I signed an activation request 7 years ago, he said. Alara's hands went cold. For me? Yes. For the air claws? Yes. Mara inhaled sharply. Annika's expression hardened, but she did not look surprised enough. She had not known the detail, perhaps, but she knew Damon had sins. Of course he did. Men like Damon Vale were not born with clean hands. They were born into rooms like this and taught which documents to sign before they understood what the ink meant. But 7 years ago, he had not been a child. 7 years ago, he had been an adult. So had she, 24, and still believing the worst thing that could happen to her was failing the bar exam. You found my photograph attached to that clause, Alara said. Her voice did not sound like hers. You said you stole your copy because you saw my photograph. I did, and before you stole it, you signed the activation request. Yes. Why? The word tore out of her. Damon flinched. Barely. Enough. Lucian made a soft sound. This is my favorite part. Damon's eyes snapped to the screen. Speak again, he said, and I will let Annika trace this signal through every dead server you have buried it under. Then I will send Silas to peel apart whatever hole you're hiding in. Lucian sighed, still possessive over the narrative. Fine, tell her. I'm curious which version you use. Gerald shifted behind him. Alara. Her gaze flew to her father. He looked older than he had in the photograph from the hospital. Not by years, by fear. His skin was gray beneath the bruising, his prison-issued shirt replaced by a blanket, and a dark sweater too large for him. A bandage showed at his collar. His eyes, though his eyes were still her father's. Steady, heartbroken. Dad, she whispered. I'm safe for now. Why are you with him? Because I needed you to see the room. You could have told me. I tried. Gerald's gaze moved to Damon. For years. Damon said nothing. Alara's stomach twisted. What does that mean? Lucian leaned forward again. It means your father tried to warn Damon long before Damon decided conscience suited him. Lucian, Damon warned. No, let him talk, Alara said. The words came too fast. Damon looked at her. She met his eyes and felt something inside her go still, not calm, but cold enough to function. You don't get to manage this. His jaw tightened. Then he stepped back. One step. It felt like an admission. Lucian's expression sharpened with satisfaction. Gerald discovered the claws after Marin died. He hid you beautifully, by the way. Not perfectly, but beautifully. Changed doctors. Killed paper trails. Refused every invitation. But the Covenant has always been good at finding daughters. When Damon inherited operational review access, the old woman gave him a choice. Sign the preliminary activation request, take his place as Vale heir, and receive control of certain family assets. Refuse, and the Covenant would proceed without him. Alara did not look away from Damon. Is that true? Damon's voice was low. Yes. And you signed? Yes. Mara's pen moved across her notepad. The scratching sound, obscene in the silence. Alara's lungs hurt. Why? She asked again. Damon looked at the cracked ring in the glass case. Not at Alara. Maybe he could not bear to. Because I thought signing would give me access. To what? To you. The words hit with such force that Alara almost stepped back. Lucian laughed softly. Careful, brother. That sounds romantic if one removes every crime around it. Damon ignored him. His eyes returned to Alara now, and the look in them was so raw it felt indecent to witness. I was 27, he said. My mother had been dead for 13 years. My grandmother had just given me a seat on the private board. The Covenant wanted your file reopened. They were already discussing alternate claimants. Claimants, Alara repeated. Her mouth tasted like metal. Men from other Vale lines. Ashcroft lines. Families with enough blood proximity to argue rights under their own rules. Rights to me. His face tightened. Yes. Say it properly. His eyes darkened. Alara did not soften. She needed him to name the horror, without the courtesy of old money vocabulary. Rights to court you, he said. No. His jaw flexed. Rights to marry you. No. Alara. Say what they meant. The archive went utterly still. Damon's voice dropped. Rights to breed you into their bloodline. The words struck the air like a slap. Mara closed her eyes for 1 second, fury cutting lines into her face. Annika's hand tightened around her gun. Gerald bowed his head. Alara absorbed it. She did not shatter. Not yet. And you signed, she said. Yes. So they would give you access to my file. Yes. And what did you do with that access? I buried you. Lucian's smile thinned. Damon continued, gaze locked on hers now. I changed your status from viable to unstable. I falsified 2 compatibility markers. I marked you as legally exposed and medically unsuitable. I redirected Covenant watchers away from your school, your apartment, your clerkship applications. I made it look as though pursuing you would damage the Vale line and embarrass any claimant who tried. Alara's heart hammered against her ribs. You marked me defective. Yes. The answer was immediate, brutal, almost proud. I made you undesirable to them. Her laugh came out broken. Congratulations. His face twisted. I know. No, I don't think you do. I know that I signed a document with your name on it. His voice changed, roughening. I know that nothing I did after erased the fact that I put ink where your consent should have been. I know every time I touched that file, even to corrupt it, I was inside a life that had not invited me. I know I became part of the machinery I hated because I believed I could break it better from within. Silence. Then Lucian clapped once, slow and mocking. Beautiful, really, almost absolving. Damon's eyes did not leave Alara. I am not asking for absolution. No, Alara said. You're asking for strategy. I am asking you to survive me long enough to use me. The words moved through her like a dark current. Use me, not trust me, not forgive me. Use me, a better weapon. Damon knew exactly what he was offering. Not salvation, not innocence, himself, stripped of all illusions. And God help her, some part of Alara understood the terrible shape of it. If Damon had refused to sign 7 years ago, the covenant might have sent another man, a worse man, a willing one, someone who would not bury her status or falsify records, someone who would have approached her with flowers, contracts, charm, blackmail, or a ring she never saw coming. Damon had entered the system to interfere with it. He had also signed the first page of her nightmare. Both things were true. That was what made it unforgivable and impossible to dismiss. Why didn't you destroy the clause? She asked. I tried. Lucian snorted. Damon looked at him then. You want to tell that part? Lucian's smile faded for the first time. A crack. Good. Alara saw it and held onto it. Lucian Vale wanted control of the performance. He did not like being pulled onto the witness stand. Damon continued. I stole the physical file, burned 2 copies, rewrote digital records. 3 days later, Gerald Voss sent a warning through an old Ashcroft channel. Gerald lifted his head. Alara looked at him. You contacted Damon. Her father's mouth tightened. I contacted the Vale heir. I did not know whether he was enemy or ally. I only knew someone had accessed your file. You never told me. I wanted you to have a life outside this rot. That choice wasn't yours either. Pain moved across Gerald's face. I know, he said. Alara's throat tightened. It hurt more coming from him. Damon had been a stranger, a dangerous man in a locked archive. Her father was the person who had taught her evidence mattered because truth mattered. Now, she was standing in a room built out of hidden truths, learning he had kept the largest ones from her. How many men in this room made choices for me? She asked quietly. Gerald looked down. Damon did not. Too many, he said. The directness nearly undid her. Lucian rose from his chair on the monitor, slow and graceful. I am wounded not to be included. You, Alara said, turning toward the screen, took my injured father from a medical transport. Your father walked. Because you gave him a reason. Yes. What reason? Lucian looked to Gerald's shoulders sagged, but his eyes returned to Alara. Because Lucian has the original activation request, Damon's signature, Octavia's countersignature, and a second page Damon says he never saw. The archive chilled around her. Damon went very still. What second page? Mara asked. Lucian smiled again, slower now. There she is, the lawyer. He lifted a file from the table in front of Gerald. The black-thorned crest showed clearly. The first page activates monitoring and provisional claim. Ugly, yes, but not immediately binding under covenant rules. The second page is more interesting. Show it, Damon said. Lucian tutted. No. Annika shifted. We can trace him if he keeps transmitting. Lucian glanced toward her through the camera. No. You can trace the corpse server I'm using from a data center in Reykjavik. But do try. It gives your people purpose. Damon's expression did not change. Lucian looked back at Alara. The second page converted Damon's provisional claim into a reserved engagement right upon triggering vulnerability criteria. Mara's pen stopped. Define vulnerability criteria. Lucian's smile turned vicious. Public scandal, loss of family protection, financial collapse, legal jeopardy, medical emergency of guardian. Alara's stomach dropped. Her father's conviction, her debt, the ethics complaint, his suicide attempt. Not random disasters, not even separate attacks. Criteria, a sequence designed to make the air clause executable. Damon's voice was deadly quiet. I did not sign a second page. Of course you didn't, Lucian said. That is what makes it art. Octavia. Alara knew it before Damon said the name. She forged it, Damon said. Lucian's eyes gleamed. Perhaps. Or perhaps you signed more than you read. You were so eager to control the file. No. Are you certain? You were young, angry, trying to prove you could play monsters better than the monsters. Damon's face darkened. The accusation had found an old wound. Alara watched him. This was the worst thing about Damon. His sins were real enough that lies clung to them easily. Where is the page? She asked Lucian. With me. Send it. No. Then why tell us? Because Octavia plans to introduce it at the gala. Mara's head snapped up. As what? As proof that Damon's engagement to Alara is not new, not fake, not strategic, but a 7-year reserved claim finally brought to public recognition. Lucian's gaze slid to Damon. Your contract won't matter once she frames it as fulfillment. The covenant will believe you waited, watched, and brought Alara in when she was vulnerable enough to comply. Alara felt cold all the way through. Damon's contract had safeguards, legal protections, civil language. The covenant did not care about civil law when deciding its internal power. Octavia would turn Damon's attempt at protection into evidence of grooming, possession, and predation, not to punish him morally, to bind them both. Alara, Damon said. She looked at him. His face was strained, but clear. Void the contract. Mara's eyes sharpened. What? Alara whispered. Void it now. Lucian laughed. Noble late, but noble. Damon ignored him. If Octavia has that page, the agreement we signed tonight helps her. We void it. We announce nothing. I get you out of the city under Mara's protection. And my father, I will find him. Gerald leaned forward in the video, wincing. No. Everyone went still. Alara turned to the screen. Dad. Gerald's voice was weak but firm. Do not run. Damon's eyes cut to him. Gerald. No veil. You had 7 years to decide when my daughter deserved the truth. You don't get to decide again. Damon absorbed it. Gerald looked at Alara. Octavia will use the second page whether you run or not. If you vanish, she will say Damon hid you. If Damon denies it, she will produce his signature. If you stand beside him silently, she wins. If you stand against him publicly, she still wins, because the covenant will turn your refusal into proof of instability, coercion, or breach. Mara's face had gone grim. He's right. Alara closed her eyes for half a second. Of course he was. Every path in the trap led to the same room, unless she changed what the room was for. She opened her eyes. Then I don't stand silently. Damon looked at her. No. There it is again. Alara. No, her voice sharpened. You don't get to know me out of my own war. If you attend that gala, you walk into a controlled environment, surrounded by people who have been waiting decades to turn women like your mother into legal breeding stock. Then I should meet them. His eyes flashed. This is not courage. Stop diagnosing my decisions when they frighten you. The words hit. Damon went quiet. Alara turned to Mara. What happens if we go to the gala and challenge the clause publicly? Mara's brows drew together. Legally, in civil court, the clause is garbage. But inside their private structure, if they have internal bylaws that members recognize, public challenge may force disclosure of documents and claimant positions. It could expose who asserts authority over you. Meaning we could identify every person who thinks they have a stake in your body. Lucian smiled, and there she is. Alara ignored him. Can we use that? Yes, Mara said. If we record it, control exit routes, and prepare a civil filing ready to trigger the moment they expose themselves. Damon's voice was low. No. Alara looked at him. Give me one strategic reason, not protective, strategic. His jaw locked. He hated that distinction. Good. Octavia expects the gala to activate recognition, he said. She controls the guest list, security, building, staff, and probably local police response within 3 blocks. If you challenge her there, she will have planned for it. So we make her plan for the wrong challenge. Mara's mouth curved faintly. Damon saw it and looked displeased. "Do not encourage her." "I represent her," Mara said. "I'm not required to make your blood pressure convenient." Alara stepped closer to the table and looked at the air clause again. Her mother's refusal, her own name, Damon's hidden signature, Lucian's stolen page, Octavia's trap. A line formed between them all, bright and terrible. "What if we let Octavia think she has won?" Alara asked. Damon's eyes narrowed. Mara tilted her head. "Continue." "I go to the gala with Damon. I wear the ring. I let Octavia believe I'm there as Damon's chosen fiancé under the clause." "No," Damon said. "You asked for strategic. That was before you proposed walking into ritual recognition. I'm not finished." Alara looked at Lucian through the monitor. Octavia reveals the second page. She frames Damon as the claimant. She expects me to turn on him or freeze. Lucian's smile slowly faded. Alara continued. "Instead, I demand the full chain of authority. Every countersignature, every witness, every family that recognizes the claim, every document she used to establish vulnerability criteria." Mara's eyes lit with dangerous approval. "Discovery by ceremony." "Exactly." Damon stared at her as though she had become a new threat. Maybe she had. Alara looked at him. "Your grandmother wants old law. Fine. We make old law testify." Mara nodded slowly. "If they acknowledge the clause in a room full of witnesses, and we capture admissions linking your father's conviction, your ethics complaint, the medical transfer, and your financial pressure to activation criteria, we have civil RICO implications, conspiracy, extortion, medical privacy violations, witness tampering, potentially attempted unlawful restraint." Annika lowered her gun slightly. "We'd need clean audio and multiple independent backups." Damon looked at her. She lifted one shoulder, strategically. Lucian laughed once, but this time there was no mockery in it. "Damon, I think I like her more than you do." Damon's eyes stayed on Alara. "That would be difficult." The room went very quiet. Alara's heart gave one hard, stupid beat. Damon seemed to realize what he had said only after the words were out. He looked away first. Heat moved through the archive, unwelcome and alive, threading through fear and rage and evidence. It had no business being there. Not now. Not with her father on a screen and her mother's broken ring in a case. But there it was. Chemistry was not consent. Attraction was not obligation. Fear was not desire. Damon's own words returned to her, and the memory steadied her instead of weakening her. Whatever this dangerous awareness between them was, it did not get to decide. Not for him, not for her, not for the covenant. Alara chose. That was the difference. She turned back to Lucian. "Why help us?" His eyes brightened. "Us. You took my father. You sent us here. You showed us enough to hurt Damon, but not enough to destroy him." "Why?" Lucian glanced at Gerald. For the first time, something like impatience crossed his face, but underneath, it was another emotion. Fear. No. Resentment. Because Octavia is trying to erase me. Damon's expression changed. Erase you how? Lucian leaned toward the camera. Ask your locked room, brother. Ask it why there is no ring with my mother's name. Ask it why my birth certificate changed 3 times. Ask it why I died at 17 and somehow kept breathing. Annika looked at Damon. Mara turned toward the cabinets. Alara felt the room shift again. Lucian was not just a returned brother. He was another file, another experiment, another person converted into a document. Damon moved first, not toward the monitor, toward the cabinet's marked veil. Secondary line. Annika joined him. Mara followed. Alara stayed near the screen, eyes on her father. Dad, she said softly. Gerald's expression broke. Just for a second. Are you hurt? I'm all right. You are not all right. No, he said, but I am alive. Why didn't you tell me? His eyes closed. When he opened them, they were wet. I thought silence was a W. All, he said. Your mother thought so too. We were wrong. It was only a door without a handle. Alara's throat tightened. I'm angry with you. I know. Really angry. I know that too. I love you. Gerald's mouth trembled. I love you more than every law I broke to keep you, he said. That nearly undid her. Lucian's expression shifted strangely at the words. He looked away, jaw tight. Interesting. Behind Alara, a drawer slammed open. Damon went silent. Not the cold silence this time. A devastated one. Alara turned. He stood with a yellowed file in his hand. Annika's face had gone hard. Mara was reading over Damon's shoulder, her expression pale with fury. What? Alara asked. Damon did not answer. Lucian's voice came from the monitor, lower now. Found me. Damon looked up slowly. What did she do to you? Lucian smiled. For the first time all night, it did not look cruel. It looked dead. She made sure there could only be one legitimate veil heir. His eyes moved to Alara. Tell him to read the page. Damon looked at the paper again. Alara crossed the room. What page? He handed it to her. Their fingers brushed. Just barely. The contact hit both of them. Damon pulled back first, but not fast enough to hide the reaction. The muscle in his forearm tightened. His breath caught. The file's warnings flashed through her mind, but he remained still, oriented, his hands open at his sides. Alara focused on the paper. Birth Record Amendment. Lucian Adrian Vale. Original designation. First male issue, Adrian Vale line. Amended designation. Non-viable claimant. Reason, paternal inconsistency. Authorization, Octavia Vale. Attached note, remove from succession. Preserve as contingency asset. Alara looked up. Contingency asset. Lucian's voice went flat. A spare body, a false heir. a ghost she could use when Damon refused. Damon's face looked carved from ash. "You were my brother," he said. Lucian's gaze snapped to him. That one sentence hit harder than any accusation could have. "Were, not are." Pain flashed across Lucian's face, so fast Alara almost missed it. Then it vanished beneath the smile. "I was many things. Brother was the least profitable." Damon stepped toward the monitor. "Where are you?" "No, I can protect you." Lucian laughed, sharp and bitter. "You collect endangered women and broken men now. How progressive." Damon's expression hardened. "Lucian, no, do not say my name like you didn't let them bury it. I thought you were dead. You accepted that very quickly. I was 17. So was I." The words stopped Damon cold. Alara understood then, with a clarity that made her chest ache. Damon had not simply lost a brother. Lucian had been erased from his life through the same machinery now reaching for Alara. And Damon, wounded and young and trapped, had grown into a man who tried to control everything. Because the first people he loved had vanished behind locked doors and official documents. It did not excuse what he signed. It explained the shape of his ruin. Lucian looked at Alara. "You see why I chose your father. Gerald understands documents. He also understands what men like Damon do when they think they're saving someone." Gerald's face tightened. "Lucian." "What? Lie to her?" Lucian's smile returned, but his voice sharpened. "She is surrounded by veils and half-truths. Someone should be impolite enough to keep her awake." Alara lifted the birth amendment. "Why send us this?" "Because the second page Octavia plans to use against you contains my witness signature." Damon's head lifted. Annika swore softly. Mara's eyes narrowed. "Your forged witness signature." Lucian smiled. "Perhaps, perhaps not." Damon's voice was rough. "You witnessed my activation request. I witnessed many things while officially dead." "Lucian." "She used me as proxy. Messenger, witness, threat, knife. I was very useful once no one knew I existed." Damon's hands curled into fists. Alara saw the control tighten across his body. Not for her, for Lucian. A different kind of bond, older and broken. Lucian looked at Damon as if he saw it too, and hated that he wanted to. Then the softness vanished. "Here is the offer," Lucian said. "Come to the gala. Let Octavia reveal the second page. Force the chain of authority. I will deliver Gerald safely once Alara obtains the full witness ledger." "No," Alara said instantly. Lucian looked amused. "No, my father is not collateral. He made himself collateral." Gerald's mouth tightened, but he did not deny it. Alara turned to him. "Dad." Gerald met her eyes. "This is bigger than me. Do not say that like I'm supposed to agree. You are supposed to live in a world where no one can use this clause against you or anyone after you. I can want that and want you safe." "I know." "No, you don't. Because if you did, you would not be sitting beside a man who took you from an ambulance. I walked. You were post-surgery. I was informed. You were desperate. He had no answer for that. Good. Let him sit with it. Alara looked back at Lucien. If you hurt him, I don't care what documents you have or what Octavia did to you. I will make every court, agency, reporter, creditor, and enemy you've ever had learn your name. Lucien stared at her. Then he smiled slowly. This time, with something like respect. There is Marin's daughter. Alara hated that it pleased her. Damon moved beside her, not close enough to touch. I want proof he remains safe every 6 hours. Lucien's eyes shifted to him. You are not in a position to want anything. I am always in a position to want things. Whether you provide them determines how destructive I become. Threats again. Schedule. Lucien's smile faded. He looked at Gerald, then back to Damon. Every 8. 6. 7. Alara decides, Damon said. Everyone looked at her. The handoff was deliberate. A restoration, maybe, or strategy. With Damon, it was often both. 6, she said. Lucien rolled his eyes, like negotiating with wolves. No, Mara said dryly. Wolves have clearer ethics. Lucien laughed at that. A real laugh, brief and startled. Then the monitor flickered. Wait, Alara said. Gerald leaned forward, despite his obvious pain. Ellie. The childhood nickname gutted her. She stepped closer to the screen. I'm here. Trust documents before men. I know. And if you must trust a man, he said, looking at Damon now, trust what he does when it costs him. Damon's face went still. Gerald's gaze returned to hers. Your mother did. The screen went black. Alara stood staring at her own reflection in the dead monitor. Behind her, the archive held its breath. Marin's cracked ring. Damon's stolen copy. Lucien's amended birth record. The heir clause, her father's warning, her mother's courage. 7 years of hidden interference. 48 hours until the gala. Everything had narrowed to one terrible path. Walk in as bait. Leave with evidence. Or do not leave. Mara broke the silence first. We need a plan, a dress, a recording protocol, a filing package, and at least 3 exit strategies. Annika nodded. I'll build security around the assumption that every guard on site is compromised. Damon looked at Alara. You should not do this. She turned toward him. I know. That was not agreement. It was acknowledgement. His eyes held hers. The space between them tightened again, not with the earlier shock of touch, but with something worse, understanding. They were past clean distrust now, past simple attraction, past the easy lines that separated victim from villain, protector from predator, weapon from wound. Damon had signed a document that should never have existed. Damon had also spent 7 years corrupting the system that wanted to use it. Alara could hate him. She could use him. She could not yet trust him. And that, for tonight, was enough. "Show me the gala file," she said. Damon's jaw worked once. "It is in my office." "Then we go to your office." "You need sleep." "I need facts." "You need both." "Then give me facts quickly." A faint shadow crossed his mouth. Not a smile. Something more tired, more dangerous. "As you wish." Mara glanced up sharply. "Absolutely not." Ilara blinked. "What?" "No phrases with that texture," Mara said. "Not in this house. Not around this clause. Everyone speaks like adults in a legal proceeding." Annika's mouth twitched again. Damon looked almost offended. "It was not intended with texture." "It had texture," Mara said. Despite the horror, despite her father on a dead screen, and the ruined inheritance of her blood. A laugh escaped Ilara. Small, disbelieving, but real. Damon looked at her. The laugh died slowly under the weight of his gaze. Not because he frightened her, because he looked as if the sound had struck him somewhere unarmored. She turned away first. "Gala file," she said. They left the archive. Damon locked the room behind them, but not before Ilara looked back once at her mother's broken ring. Good, she thought again. Then she walked into the hall. The townhouse had shifted in the hours since she arrived. It was no longer only Damon's fortress. It was evidence, battlefield, trap, temporary shelter. A place full of locked rooms and men who bled and women who refused. Damon's office sat on the second floor behind double doors of blackened oak. Unlike the rest of the house, it looked used. Not warm exactly, but lived in. Stacks of reports, marked up contracts, a wall of screens, shelves filled with corporate law, medical ethics, military history, and old leather-bound volumes that probably contained more crimes than literature. On one wall hung no portrait, but a large framed photograph of a city skyline at dawn. A city waking, not conquered, survived. Damon crossed to a wall safe, opened it, and removed a silver drive and another folder. "Vale Foundation Winter Gala," he said, placing them on the desk. "Annual philanthropic event. Publicly, it raises money for maternal health initiatives, Arts Peak, reservation, and legal aid." Ilara's mouth went flat. "Maternal health. Yes, of course. Privately, it is the Covenant's most important recognition ceremony of the year." Mara sat without asking permission and opened her laptop. "Guest list." Damon handed her a file. "Partial. Octavia controls the final list." Annika stood behind Mara. "I'll need venue access." "You have it," Damon said. "Officially." "No. Better." Ilara moved to the window while they spoke, needing one moment to herself, even inside the strategy. Dawn had not arrived. The city remained black and wet and silver, held in the hour when night seemed least willing to end. Her reflection looked back at her from the glass. Pale, damp hair, bloodshot eyes, no ring. But on her finger, the mark remained. a thin red circle at the base. Not ownership, evidence. She touched it lightly. Damon's reflection appeared behind her, several feet away. Not close. He had learned her distances. Or perhaps he was learning. You do not have to wear it until the gala, he said. I know. I can have a duplicate made that breaks easily. If you want to remove it publicly. She looked at him in the reflection. You already thought of that. Yes, because you expected me to want to break it. Because I hoped you would. The answer moved through her quietly. She turned from the window. Damon stood with his hands at his sides, sleeves still rolled, black shirt stark against his skin. He looked tired enough to be human and dangerous enough for that not to matter. Why didn't you break yours? She asked. His gaze dropped to the black ring on his hand. For a moment, he looked younger. Not soft, never soft. Haunted, because I thought if I wore the symbol, no one else would forget who to blame. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She stepped closer, then stopped when his eyes lifted. A boundary. Hers. His. The air recognized both. Are you activated right now? She asked. His expression changed. The bluntness of the question stripped all social cover from the room. Mara pretended very hard to read the guest list. Annika did not bother pretending. She watched Damon like a medic watching a wound reopen. Damon's voice was controlled. No. Earlier. Yes. Because of the ring. The ring. The threat. The contact. You bleeding. My failure with your father. Ilara absorbed that. It should have repulsed her. Some of it did. The clinical strangeness. The engineered response. The way her body had become a trigger in a system designed without her consent. But Damon naming it plainly did something different than Octavia's language. He did not make it destiny. He made it risk. Risk could be managed. Destiny was just a prison with better lighting. Do you want me to be afraid of you? She asked. His eyes sharpened. No. Do you expect me to be? Yes. Are you afraid of yourself? A pause. Yes. There it was. The tenderest and most terrible thing he had told her all night. Ilara's throat tightened. I'm not forgiving you, she said. I did not ask. I'm not trusting you. Good. But at the gala, I need to know you won't lose control if I wear the ring. His jaw set. I won't. Not enough. He took the correction without flinching. If I feel control slipping, I will tell you. I will remove myself. Annika has authority to physically intervene. Mara can void the contract publicly if needed. You will have an exit route that does not depend on me. Mara looked up. I appreciate being assigned nuclear council status. You earned it, Damon said. She sniffed, obviously. Ilara kept her eyes on Damon. And if Octavia tries to use your reaction as proof, she will. What do we do? Damon's gaze dropped briefly to her marked finger, then returned to her face. We make her watch you refuse to become evidence. A shiver moved down Alara's spine. Not fear exactly. Anticipation. War had a shape now. The office phone rang. Everyone stilled. Damon looked at the private line on his desk. No one has this number. Annika moved first, checking the screen. No caller ID. Internal routing. Damon answered on speaker. Fail. For 3 seconds, there was only static. Then a woman laughed. Not Octavia. Younger. Breathless. Frightened. Damon. His face changed so violently that Alara knew the voice before he said the name. Helena. The room froze. Alara looked at the portrait in her memory. Damon's mother. Dead for 13 years. The woman on the phone sobbed once. You opened the room. Damon's hand tightened around the desk edge. That is not possible. No, the woman whispered. That's what she told you. The line crackled. Then the voice changed, becoming clearer, closer. Listen to me. Do not bring Alara to the gala. Octavia doesn't need her consent. She only needs Damon to claim her in front of witnesses. Damon went white. Alara's heart stopped. The woman whispered one last sentence before the line died. And if he does, the air clause becomes irrevocable.